Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Ground ball to short, and Crawford boots it. It was to the left of Crawford, and it looked like he tried to pick it up and throw it before he had it. Now swing, ground ball to second, and right through the legs of Wisely. What is going on? Unbelievable. This inning should have been over already a couple of times. Blowing outside, now breaking for second. Here goes the throw to second, now breaking for the plate, and a wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here.
A little late. Sorry, we just joined you. Actually, there was a Giants game that you just heard about. 7-1. You heard John Miller on those calls. The errors. A day after we lauded the defense for being much better, they struggle, including Brandon Crawford at shortstop. Brett Wisely, you heard that one at second base as well. Behind the plate as well, with some issues for the Giants, and they lose to the Twins, going for the sweep. They get the series, but they lose today, 7-1. And you heard the music coming in. Tina Turner, icon, passes away at the age of 83. Good afternoon,
the queen,
my friend. Yeah,
the queen. We've had a lot of queens, but she's the queen of rock and roll, and she had to endure so much in her life with her marriage that was just a hell on earth for so long with Ike Turner. But she persevered, and we came in. I mean, which song? That should be Danny's big poll later in the week. Which is the best song ever from the queen, the great Tina Turner? But we chose What's Love Got to Do with It? Because what's glove got to do with it? When they kick the ball around like they did today, they are not a very good baseball team. And there's just one thing about these San Francisco Giants. You see, we never, ever do nothing nice and easy, as the great queen, Tina Turner, echoed after almost all of her shows. So I keep thinking of you, John, when they kick it around like this. Jeez. They solved it, and I'm wearing my rally cap because last night they came from 3-0 down, the Conforto home run, and they won the game. Duvall was lights out again. And they got to 500, but here we go again. I got to keep wearing this rally cap until I'm going to wear it till they're well beyond 500. But today, wow, where do you start? Top of the first, you got second and third, and nobody out. With the middle of your order coming up, and you can't get anything in at all. Haniger, Conforto, Sable, and it just set the day. Later in the game, they had the bases loaded and nobody out and could not score. They were just wretched with runners in scoring position today, 2 for 16. So that's why you scored one run. But what's glove got to do with it? They only got 3 errors in the game, John. It seemed like they had 6. I mean, Brandon Crawford got spared one because Blake Sable was called for a pass ball. He threw it down to second base, and Craw, I don't even know how he missed the ball, but he did. Brett Wisely went right through the 5-hole and then got deked on a double steal. Threw wide, coming home to get the plate. Conforto's ball was hit so damn hard, 110 miles per hour. I'm not sure. It seemed like a ball he should have been caught. But, you know, we are going to have the great Dre Greenlaw on the show tomorrow from the 49ers, and what a year he had. And when you think of the teams that win in the Bay Area, it's Dre Greenlaw, and it's Draymond Green and the Warriors defense and a few others along the way as well, John. When you are so shabby with the glove work today, you have no chance to play. So is this the same baseball team that we saw go from 6-13 to 24-24? How did they only have 3 errors today? I saw like double that.
It was unbelievable. Plus, you know, it's funny because in preparation for the show, when they started making those errors, I started looking at the positions, and there's 2 main numbers that people look at for defense: defensive runs saved and outs above average. Those are the 2 that they mainly look at, and they're either passable, average, or above average in every position on the field except for shortstop, where they're -10 in defensive runs saved, which is the worst in the league, and they're -5 in outs above average. And that's Brandon Crawford, who we take for granted. That sometimes is Casey Schmidt. That is sometimes Tyra Estrada. But, you know, at some point, and Brandon with the bat today was better, but he came into the game hitting 165. At some point, as great as Brandon Crawford has been, they're going to have to make a tough choice, because if he keeps kicking the ball around, and that the one error, I mean, it just went between the wickets. That was not a tough play, and I know he's frustrated. I know you got to stay with him. I know he's a franchise icon. I'm taking nothing away from the guy, but if he's hitting a $165 on one side of it, and his position is the worst defensive position in all of baseball, what are you going to do at some point? You have to bench him?
Right, we're going to have a hard call here coming up, and those days are coming. And we talked about it last week when we were on the patio before the day game against the Phils, and Marty Lurie dropped by. And he did have a good game offensively. He had a double. He drew a couple of walks. But your point is, he's now got 5 errors. He should have 7, at least. I mean, the one that why was he not given an error on the ball that Sable, if he catches the ball, they get the out at second base. And it's the pass ball is mute. So there's a pass ball there and Sable's not great defensively either. But you can't play, Patrick Bailey every single day. And we'll see when Joey comes back, John. But with Brandon, the one inning at Comerica Park was just brutal. And then he had a later play where he should have had 3 errors in that game alone. Today he had 1. He should have had 2. But it's not even, he makes the play every now and then. It reminds you of the 4-time Gold Glove winner that he is. But then there are other moments where he looks heavy, he looks thick-legged. He looks a little like Chris Paul at the end of his run playing basketball. And, he's always been a thick-legged, big butt kind of shortstop. He's not, Ozzie Smith or Omar Vizquel. He's just a thicker athlete. But your point is basically, what's your best defensive team? And there's no doubt, Lamont Wade is playing great at first base. They were talking today to Flem and Javi on TV. He has more range than Brandon Belt. He really does, and he handles all the plays in the dirt. He's playing with a bad thumb, and he's making a lot of plays, so he is really good at first base. Thairo Estrada, numbers were surprisingly down, defensive metrics last year. He passes the eye test, and he passes the spreadsheet test. He's playing well defensively. There's no question. Casey Schmidt's got to be on the field, obviously, either short or third or second. It comes down, do you want J.D. Davis in the lineup, or do you want Brandon Crawford in the lineup? And I think there's no question whose bat you want in the lineup. And frankly, I don't know how he got so much better, set up and pre-pitch, set up, anticipating. I don't know what he did with Kai Correa, but he's the most improved defender I've seen in a while. He's above average third baseman. He was the Giants' best defensive player before Casey Schmidt arrived. So then the one thing is, John, you do have a left-handed hitter in Craw and a right-handed hitter in Davis. I think J.D. Davis can hit, obviously, right-handers, and he's kind of chuckling at that notion that he's strictly a platoon player. He's not. So, and you play every day, and you travel, and you need days off, and you got day games after night games. So sometimes the lineup will make itself, and guys need respites here. But I think I'm kind of giving you my answer. Your best defensive lineup is Wade, Estrada, Schmidt, J.D. Davis, John, and it's also your best offensive lineup.
Yeah, and then Patrick Bailey catching. And so essentially what that does is you're not benching Brandon Crawford. Like you said, there's going to be enough to go around as you're going to be moving guys around the diamond. But, he's probably right now the odd man out. Now, I know that the bat got going a little bit today, but like you said, it was a comedy of errors today. 4 errors to lose this game, and they lost 7-1, so it wasn't all that close. But if you're Anthony DeSclafani out there, you're getting no help. This is just like last year. Ironic that we would talk about it yesterday, how much better they were getting, but it was just a horrible performance. And you're hovering around 500, and you don't have time for sentimentality. I love Brandon Crawford. I love what he's done for the franchise. I love what kind of guy he is. I love that he's from the Bay Area, but none of that matters. They're going to have to – I think Casey Schmidt's your starting shortstop for now if J.D. Davis is at third, and you can get Brandon Crawford in there on certain days that guys are off, but it's not the other way around. It's not Brandon Crawford and then other guys play around that and you rotate around that. It's Casey Schmidt's the best guy at shortstop right now if you're going to say J.D. Davis is your third baseman, and then Craw will get that occasional start when you can move Schmidt over to third, you can move Schmidt over to second if you want to, but at this point, both from the bat standpoint and from the defensive standpoint, I think he's proven, like you said, what do? We go through about 40 games. We're almost to 50 games now. don't you have to start honing this in and saying we're not at early season anymore. That's not where we are, and you're at a critical juncture in the National League where, we looked at the standings yesterday. The Padres aren't going to stay like this forever. The Phillies aren't going to stay like this forever. The Mets aren't going to stay like this forever. They're getting hot. They lost yesterday to the Cubs, but some of these teams that have kind of been dormant to this point, they are going to start getting better. They just have too much talent, so you can't waste wins and losses based on the fact that you love to keep playing Brandon Crawford because of what he's done for the franchise. You got to do what's right for the team.
It's a hard one, though. And
it is.
I mean, you got to do it delicately. When we were at the yard last Wednesday on the patio, and I sat and watched the game, and I took in the pregame vibe. I just wanted to feel it all by myself. Casey Schmidt got a nice ovation when he was introduced by Rennell, but there's no doubt the biggest ovation anybody gets on this team. And Logan Webb was not pitching that day. Stripling was, but still, it's by far Brandon Crawford. He really right now is the face of the franchise in so many ways. But in the offseason, they tried to move him off shortstop with the pursuit of Correa. So it's got to be handled delicately. I think he can still play, certainly against certain right-handed pitching. You want him in the lineup. He's a leader. He's a good teammate. He's mentoring Casey Schmidt. We're not saying DFAing him or anything like that, but there comes a time where it has to be handled delicately. I think you just do it. You don't say anything. You just kind of do it in the lineup. And you see where it goes. And, Crosman, he's been open about, where he's at. He had a breakthrough year in 2021. So did Buster. So did Brandon Belt. And they carried you to historic levels of as far as a one-loss record of 107 wins. But last year was the lockout situation and didn't have the proper training going in. This year, he said, the issue with the knee and the cortisone injection, going on the IL, getting hurt in Mexico City. His body just doesn't look... he at this stage of his career, and we say the same thing about Jack Peterson, Brandon would probably better serve to play a little lighter, especially if he has a bad knee. The range surprises me sometimes where I think he has no range, and that was kind of a criticism of him, a lot like Derek Jeter throughout his career, that he's overrated defensively because he has no range. But Craw, just rolls into things. He's smart. So he makes some plays you think, wow, that was a hell of a play. It looks like Craw. Today, I don't know if it was just, a lack of concentration, the ball between his legs, and the one he dropped at shortstop when Sable had to pass ball. How did he miss that ball? And then Brett Wisely's not hitting a whole lot, John. So if he's gonna be in the lineup every day, and you talked about shortstop as far as defense, look at the center field numbers. They're not good offensively. Now, a lot of it's been Yaz has been hurt, and since he's come back, he finally got a hit. And he almost did a home run today, got a hit last night. He's coming out of it a little bit, but he's so streaky. And you don't have Austin Slater. I mean, Johnson and Wisely and all the guys they put out in center, in order to be in the lineup, John, they have got to play Gold Glove caliber defense. And Wisely's been good. He's made a lot of plays where you're like, wow, that's really impressive. But today, the ball right between his legs, what was that? And then the play where the double steal, and for a moment, I thought maybe he has an out at second base. Another runner's breaking for home, and that's a run there. But that runner at second base was so close, I'm not sure if it distracted him or what happened. And Javi said he didn't have a good four-seam grip. He had more of a quick grip, and he threw the ball. But, Wisely had 2 errors today, and Crawford should have had 2 errors today. He had 1. And what do you do with the ball? Michael Conforto's been playing great defensively in right field. But that ball was smoked 110 miles per hour. But a major league right fielder, does he not make that catch?
Absolutely. And again, like you said, we talked about Crawford in $165. Brett Wisely's hitting 169. I mean, that's the 8-9 in your order. And not only are they, again, Crawford today contributed, but Brett Wisely's not contributing and he's playing poor defense. You got to figure that whole thing out because at some point, I think Haniger is going to get going. We talked about Conforto, I think, right in center. Yaz almost hit that ball out. Casey Schmidt drove him in after the double, so that they did score that run anyway. But, I mean, you're hitting $169 and you're making errors. How much longer can the organization deal with that kind of stuff?
Yeah, but today's the first day he broke down.
Yeah.
So. Terrible.
By the way, I know
what's
we're going to
glove got to do with it? It was brutal today. How sloppy was that?
We want to give people, before we get out of here at the top of the hour, and we just jumped in because of Giants baseball, so we do want to get into, real quick, the OTAs and get Pop's thoughts on all this kind of stuff. But yesterday, another thing we talked about was Kyle Harrison in that 5th spot, of course. Woo! 1, 2, 3, and then you got the bullpen game. But
What'd he do
last night, 4 innings
Yeah.
pitched, 9 strikeouts, just walked 1 over 61 pitches, 40 for strikes. He
How many
did
hits
have an
did he allow?
umpire. That would be none. No hits,
One
obviously
walk.
no earned runs, 1 walk,
What's today?
9 strikeouts.
Wednesday? I said, would you ever bring him
Saying.
up by Memorial Day? So he pitched last night. You give him an extra day. Would he pitch the first game against Pittsburgh? I don't think they're going to do that, but
Oof.
he has one more outing like that. Maybe they will do it. And I actually fired up the video because I know you're so
I did. I
Casey
watched some of
Schmidt,
that.
Kyle Harrison crazy. 7 of the punch-outs were on fastballs.
Nasty, too.
And when you have a swing and a miss fastball like that, they just were shaking their head. They could not catch up to his fastball. So if he figures out the arm side command stays in the strike zone, John, why not? Let it roll. Bring him up. Let's go.
Yeah. 4 innings
Gala.
pitched, 9 strikeouts, and like I said, no hits, no earned runs. All right, we'll come back. We'll give you a quick update on OTAs, what they're talking about, what we're looking at, and then top of the hour, full show for Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on these.
We're done already?
That's right. This is nice.
Just getting warmed up.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A lot. Learned a ton. Like I said, I was able to focus on the right things. Just having a better idea. Again, even better this year coming into year 3 of what is expected of me, how to run the offense, being able to watch Jimmy and Brock play at such a high level this year. But for me, being able to be around Pat was awesome. Just pick his brain, learn about just the type of guy he is, how he spends his free time off season, and then more about his in-season schedule as well.
Can you do the bass on this? Oh, keep on turning.
I don't know if I can go deep enough, John.
That's
you got
good.
It. Proud Mary.
Oh, this is good.
83
I feel
years
horrible
of age.
talking over this. This is amazing.
Yeah, let's just lay low. It's the Queen, John.
Tina Turner passes away at 83. Pop and Lunch, sponsored by good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That is 1-800-PACIFIC. That was Trey Lance coming into the segment. And you have a beautiful on the stream, by the way. Beautiful camouflage 49ers hat. That's one of my favorites, I think.
I'm laying in the weeds, John. Nobody sees me.
We'll get more into this tomorrow, and Dre Greenlaw is going to join the show tomorrow, so we will do a little bit more of extensive discussion about what's going on with the OTAs. But it's funny. Thanks to our friends over at Niners Nation. Now, they don't have the audio of this because it's gone, but this is in March of 2015. You and I had a guy on by the name of Dennis Guile. He's a quarterback coach, and he worked with Colin Kaepernick, and you and I were doing a show somewhere else, and they transcribed this below. And the funny part about it, you and I talked about this briefly yesterday, and there's a lot of different things, and they talk about biochemical and all these different things, and he's changing his motion. They worked together for 10 weeks. Yeah, biomechanical.
Yeah.
And
I do the biochemicals.
Yes.
Trey does the biomechanical. Yeah.
And they talked about how they worked together for 10 weeks, but this was the one that we talked about yesterday. Here's the exact quote. We asked him about, what would be the difference in Colin Kaepernick's motion and his throwing mechanics. He said, quote, I think everyone's going to be super surprised when they see him. I don't really want to get into specifics, like I said, exactly what we changed, but everyone's going to see a totally different throwing motion from what we've seen out of Colin Kaepernick in the past, unquote. There's more to it. And it's not his fault. It's not Trey Lance's fault. It's just that when I hear about mechanics, I always go back to that guy we had on how we were going to be super surprised. And
so what year was that?
That was 2015. That was March of 2015.
All right, so going into the 2015 year.
Yeah.
So his completion percentage the year before was 60.5. Mm-hmm. It fell to 59%. Now, he got hurt that year.
Right.
And the next year it was 59.2, which turned out to be his last year in the NFL when he had the most shocking touchdown-to-interception ratio I ever saw when I watched him play. And then at the end of it, 16 TDs to 4 INTs.
Yeah, numbers
really?
lie sometimes.
That didn't work. So we're not here to talk about Cap, but your point is these guys go, and the part of it is the way the structure of the offseason is, with the CBA. And Trey, because he was coming off the ankle injury, could be at 49 and be around the facility. But I don't know if he could be on the field with Brian Greasy and the Kubiaks and Kyle. So he went, after he healed, and last year he went down to 3D QB in Southern California, Dado's grandson, Tom House, and this year it was Jeff Christensen with Mahomes in Dallas. But what Trey was talking about, and he was honest, and Kyle was very honest about the grip of the ball. So for those of you on the stream, this is Trey Lance's grip, and I hope this is from last year and not from yesterday, because that is still, see where his index finger is? It's not on the point of the football, and that's the index finger that he broke his rookie year, that third preseason game against the Raiders, and he could not straighten that all year, and it caused him to be very errant with the football, and it just did not improve because he kind of formed bad habits because of the broken finger. The next year, he still had issues with that, and that was the first thing they were working on. And they got into the base and the widening of the base and all of that. But this is the most important thing. He's got to re-grip the ball to where, whatever it is. Now, Terry Bradshaw, Hall of Fame quarterback, 4 Super Bowl victories, he never put his index finger on the point of the ball. But most quarterbacks have the index finger on the point of the ball. And this shot, it's not on the point of the ball. But even going back before, it would actually float in the air and he wouldn't grip the ball. So the first thing, like if you're a baseball pitcher, you got to have a proper grip. Whatever pitch you're throwing, a slider or a two-seamer or a four-seamer, if you don't grip the ball properly, then it's going to be hard to deliver the ball with accuracy. That's the first thing. So that was because of the injury that he had as a rookie in training camp, the last preseason game, and that continued all the way through, and then obviously the ankle injury, and he had a few other situations that he had to deal with that year. So when you talk about the mechanics of it, what you want to see him clear up right away is the grip of the ball. And even in this shot, John, and I'm hoping this is from last year, not from yet, the looping motion of the ball there, and Kaepernick would do this all the time as well, where on the pullback he would drop the ball down and loop the ball. And you could have a rocket arm. Kaepernick had a rocket arm. But in the NFL, when they see you take the left hand off the ball and you pull back to throw the ball and you have a loop, the window's going to slam shut on you. These guys are too quick.
Yeah, there's no doubt. So we'll get more into it tomorrow. And I thought Kyle Shanahan had a really interesting quote yesterday on what he's looking for in a quarterback. And we'll play that for you in the postgame yesterday. You have a lot more guts than I do. I would not show any pictures on my phone, given that it could flip to a different picture. Actually,
well, do you want to see what else I got on here? I got a lot of Tina Turner actually on there now.
Do you?
I do.
But we'll play that quote for you tomorrow because play the quote and then say, "Gee, who does this sound like?" It's pretty obvious, but they're not playing any secrets down there. So
what the next picture I have coming up on my phone?
Let me see.
She's coming up next.
What?
It's Tom Tolbert.
What kind of shorts is he wearing?
I don't know. It's on the stream yesterday. I don't have a.
Was it a dog or a cat or?
I don't know what it is. Let's see what it. Oh, a few other pictures here I can't show you. I'll just show you Trey's mechanics and Tolbert getting ready for the next show. Here's Ricky's in San Leandro. You like that?
Oh yeah, I need to get down there.
That's the
man.
reconfigured Ricky's.
I need to do that.
We gotta
Absolutely.
go there.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow for a long version of the show, including Dre Greenlaw is going to join us, so we will talk some OTAs and new defensive coordinator and Javon Hargrave and all the different things going on. Aziz. Oh, look at that. Oh, my God. That's Ricky's? That's Ricky's right there? Oh, I like that. That's very nice.
Were you on a delay or something? I showed that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I like it.
Big play Dre. Who's the best defensive Dre in the Bay Area? Dre Greenlaw or Draymond Green?
Interesting question. Very good. All right, we'll answer that and more. We'll have a big poll, all those things. Fridays are always a great day. We'll have Andrew Baggerly in. And so there you go. Short show today because of the Giants. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Regardless, Danny and Walter are always doing a phenomenal job. And Tolbert and Copes are coming up next only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
A wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by Susan Slusser, Mark Spears, Farhan Zaidi. A little baseball, a little basketball for you. And I do got to say, I'm playing hurt today. I'm playing hurt.
Are you?
I know, yes. I just want to make that clear. It's not my best effort because I'm hurt. And for those of you, most of you know, our granddaughter lives with us. So there's all kinds of toys all around the house.
Oh boy!
And stuff. Yeah.
Oh, no. Is a toy-based injury?
She has these 2 scooters, and one is a little bigger than the other one. It's a frozen scooter. Elsa and Anna on the scooter. And so what we were doing is we were riding the scooters in the house, me and her. And we were pushing them, going back and forth. And I thought, well, let's see if I can push it hard enough to go from the door into the living room and then around the kitchen island and then back out into the living room. So that was the challenge. So she was riding her scooter and I was trying to go around the island, and then Weston kind of jumped in.
So you ride on said scooter as well?
What's that? Thank you. That's exactly what it was.
I think Tom Sings let it roll when they're doing the scooters.
That's exactly what I was doing.
It's like a standing with hands on it,
Correct.
and you pedal with your foot like a classic
Correct.
scooter. Okay.
So you push it like twice.
It's like a skateboard with handles, right?
Yeah. Build up some momentum, and then try to go around the island. And there's a couple rugs you got to navigate. One in the kitchen that kind of slows you down a little bit. So I almost had it a couple of times, and then the last time I did it, the first turn, a little sharp, and you got to lean to the left and kind of push the handle down to the left a little bit to get it to turn. And then it's like NASCAR. It's just left turn, left turn, left turn until you get back into the living room. So I built up enough speed. I took the first turn, and the front wheel popped off the ground.
Oof.
And then it was complete yard sale after that. I was up in the air. The scooter was up in the air. I fell into her little kitchenette that's in the kitchen as well.
Oh, dude.
There was stuff going everywhere.
If Tom crashed into a regular-sized kitchen, things would probably break.
And I was
You flew into the kitchenette.
I was just like laying down on the ground. And of course, Weston, sympathetic as always, laughing his ass off. So he thought it was
no pit crew, huh?
He goes, dude, it was incredible. Your hands were up in the air, your feet were up in the air, you're off the ground.
Flying right,
and just flying through the air. So I landed, and then I got up. Thank you. And then I did it again. I go, look, I got to do it. I can't just quit there. So I did it, and I finally got all the way around the island and made it. And then that was it. That was it for me. And so I woke up this morning. I was like, oh God, that hurts. Like my leg.
Yeah.
My leg. So here's the problem. And for those people that are getting older like me, you'll get cut and you'll start bleeding, and you just won't even feel it. And people will go, hey, you're bleeding. You're like, what? What do you mean I'm bleeding?
Does it hurt after you notice?
So, no, it wasn't. It was kind of a scrape, but it was on my lower left leg.
You didn't even know you were bleeding.
No, I must have caught it
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, I caught it on the kitchenette. And then the blood was like just flowing down my leg.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty nice little cut.
Pretty James Bond movie, Tom Tolbert, Time to Bleed.
Yeah, so I got that.
I've got all the time to bleed.
I got that going for me.
Yeah, good for you.
Which isn't nice.
Now, where does that rank for you? Because I imagine, like, for injuries that parents sustain among their kids' toys or on their kids' toys, more often I would imagine it happens from stepping on them. I thought you were going to say you came around the corner and there was the frozen scooter and you tripped over it and you rolled it. This was a self-inflicted scooter wound on your granddaughter's frozen scooters.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, like, Mike, my parents, I remember a time where my parents love air hockey. I love air hockey too.
Air hockey's
one of my
awesome.
favorite games to play. There's an air hockey table. I'm usually going to hit it.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, like probably 9, probably even younger, probably like 6, 7, they came out with one of these Fisher-Price tabletops things. I got it for Christmas, and it was a pool table, like a mini kids pool table.
I remember that.
Sick. It had all 6 pockets.
Yep.
And then you could flip it over, and it would be a ping pong table.
Yep.
You could put up a little net.
Yep.
Or you could play, it wasn't really air hockey, it was like glide hockey. You were just hitting on top of a small tabletop.
Yeah.
I remember my parents were stoked when I got this thing. And I recall them playing the little air hockey against each other and somebody getting hurt by it or jamming a hand or something. In hindsight, it's not an actual like tabletop air hockey or pool table size table. It's like much, much smaller.
Yes.
They probably were way too big to be playing on this thing. So I'm wondering, best injury, 808 KNBR, you may have sustained from one of your kids' toys and not from like stepping on the Legos. I'm talking like you went out and you were like, dude, we got him a new trampoline. We got to break this thing in. Because we had a trampoline as a kid, too. That was one of the best. My mom's friends would come over and inevitably would jump. And
yeah, of course. That's a given.
That's, you got to bang into each other. It's like their coordination was worse as adults on the trampoline. It was interesting.
Yeah. I love the pool table with the little pool cues.
Dude, the little tiny, and we had little tiny pool balls. And
little pool ball and the little pool cues.
Yeah.
You could do some damage with those. You know what? Underrated, not just stepping on Lego, stepping on dice. are fantastic. Yeah, I found that out a few nights ago. Stepping on dice, very, very underrated.
Somebody was throwing some cube in the house and they left it lying around?
No. We have like a bucket. Don't ask me why we have this. We have some real stupid stuff around there. And Camila's go-to move is just
Tom's, hold on real quick. We know this now around Tom's house. He's got the little kid's kitchenette at some place.
Yes.
That he went crashing into. He's got the frozen scooters that are just hanging out for any old, anytime somebody needs to hit the skids or burn a race or something like that. And then just any old bucket.
Bucket of dice.
A bucket of dice.
Bucket of dice.
A bucket of
yes,
dice.
Exactly.
20-sided, 12-sided, if there's anything you need.
Oh, just dice.
Yeah, okay.
Just, you roll the bones.
Dice,
roll the bones. Craps table dice. And her go-to move is just to dump stuff out, and that's it. Leave it there. Doesn't even play with it. She just dumps it out. So
she dumps the dice out.
Yeah.
She feels more comfortable if they're on the ground.
So my whole go-to move now is if it's on the ground, I'm throwing it out. It's just I pick it up and throw it out. It's just like, you know what? If nobody cares enough to put it away, then I'm throwing it out. And that's how I've kind of pared some of the toys down, just little by little. It's not a huge thing where someone's going to notice. But yeah, a few nights ago, just walking to fill up my water and just wham, full body weight on the dice. Oh, God, it hurt. Oh, I was like, you got to be kidding me.
You're lucky they're not playing Dungeons and Dragons in your house. Those 20-sided die, you get some points in there. We actually have audio, Tom, on the die.
You're hit. You're bleeding, man.
I ain't got time to bleed.
It was brutal. That and loose Chewies, those are always fun too. The
Chewy toys will get you.
Underrated, yeah. We don't have any Lego yet, so I don't got to worry about that quite yet.
Maybe a Lincoln Log at some point. You get one of those.
Maybe, but
a Duplo is probably with the age group you're in.
Yeah. So the die is hard though because you don't see it.
Right. Oh, those are small.
Yeah.
Those will get you. It's like clipping your toe on the edge of a coffee table.
Yeah.
Do little Hot Wheels, things like that.
And again, when you don't see it, it's dark. Yeah. I have the whole room dark. Like I could live in darkness.
And Tom's foot covers a lot of surface here. I'd imagine.
Just full body weight, just like you're walking along, and then full body weight on the die, and just.
209 on the text line says, my buddy Jay tried to show his 5-year-old daughter he could do a backflip on the trampoline.
How'd that go?
Broke his leg in 2 spots. And now he's got a rod in his leg. Oh.
No.
Jay, my heart goes out to you, man. Could have been worse. Could have landed on your head. Could have been much worse. That's tough.
No, that's
That's a tough deal.
No.
A lot of people checking in with with the Lego injuries.
Legos are good.
Yep. They say 415 says for your generation, your parents, Tom, stepping on jacks.
Oh, jacks. I didn't have a lot of jacks, but
you had electricity. You were good.
Yeah. Step on all those.
I don't have anybody who's I said your generation for the older one. I'm like, actually, it's probably the generation above you that was playing jacks and ball.
I can't even imagine stepping on those things, man.
They're just like they're just quite literally like whenever you watch like a World War I movie, you know how they build the trenches, like the movie 1917. They build those trenches. You ever notice on the outside of the trenches they've got those big? I don't even know what they're called. They're like the big like X wooden things. They're wrapped in barbed wire. They're almost like extra gate that they're putting in front of their little pit. That's basically a jack. Yeah. Like a jack is just one of those little things that they would use to defend the trenches in World War, like a miniature version of what they'd use to defend the trenches.
It's like stepping on a damn landmine.
Yeah. Oh.
It's like you're in trouble.
Dude, yeah, that's breaking skin. A jack has got to be tough.
Oh. You might step on the jack and like lift your foot up. And it might be stuck in your foot.
Yeah.
Like at least the die isn't going to be stuck in your foot, but the jack might.
You might go back down being like, what was it? Step back down and it gets you again.
Yeah.
Oh, God, the jack would be tough.
Yeah, the best is, though, when you step on the die and you step on it coming back to the couch, because now your water is full. Oh. And then you step on it, and then water goes everywhere. And then you got to clean up water, and you're upset because your foot hurts. You're mad somebody didn't pick it up. And then water's everywhere. It's like, I got to clean up this water too? Oh, God. And then that's when Lou usually goes running. When she hears me go, mother. She hears me say that, then Lou's usually like, yeah, I'm gonna give him a wide berth right about now.
Now, see how people are just checking in with stupid crap that they've done. Yeah, skateboarding off the balcony into a pool, not a good idea. That has nothing to do with your kids'
that's not
toys.
your kids' toys.
If you did that, that was 100% on you as an adult or a young adult or a kid making a stupid decision.
Yeah.
Somebody else says, Tom, you better watch out for stepping on hard candies around your house, too, with all the...
I haven't done that yet.
Well, with a big bag of hard candy, I think.
Although somebody did leave. I think we had a box of them here, those apple suckers. Yeah, we had a box of apple suckers, so the family kind of likes the apple suckers.
The caramel apple ones?
Yes, yeah. I brought one home, and this was a beauty. Somebody had sucked it. I don't know how long.
Put it back in the wrapper?
Sucked it. No. didn't put it back in the wrapper, set it on the table. And I went to go pick it up, and I pulled it, and the stick came out, and the sucker was stuck to the table.
Pull it out to put it in.
No.
Just stuck there. I was like, I need a knife to pry this. I go, who just puts it? And I'm guessing it was probably Camila. I was like, well, come on.
I'm done with this.
Serious? It was just,
I got a bucket of dice to dump over. I'm done with
the
this.
huge sucker just stuck to the table.
Oh man,
God!
Living with kids has got to be a beaut. I bet there's some fun. There's some funny stories of crap that you find around the house. You're like, who would have done this?
Oh,
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm guessing like a 2-year-old. That's probably the answer.
Hysterical.
So fantastic stuff. There's your little slice of life to open up the show today. Tolbert and Copes hanging with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants have won 3 consecutive series, but an ugly defensive game today. They go down 7-1 to the Minnesota Twins. We'll talk about that on the other side. Then a little bit later, we will talk to Farhan Zaidi, and we'll have to talk more about what we mentioned yesterday. Kyle Harrison, who had last night his best start of the season in AAA. 4 innings, no hits, 9 strikeouts, and 1 walk. He did hit a batter as well. So that was his best outing of the year. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. But Giants dropped this one 7-1 after a brilliant performance from Alex Cobb last night, where Camilo Doval got his 13th save of the year. Giants win 2 of 3. They get ready for a 4-game set in Milwaukee. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. After getting back to 500 last night, the Giants dropped the last game of the series to the Twins. They lose 7-1 as they get ready to hit the road for Milwaukee. That story and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Going outside, now breaking for second. Here goes the throw to second, now breaking for the plate, and a wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here. Wisely stepped out in front of the bag, took the throw from Sable, and then with Castro breaking for the plate, he threw back, and he threw it wide, and I don't know that Sable ever even got a glove on the ball. 5-1 Minnesota.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with the Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. Some lowlights from the Giants game today. Poor defensive outing for the Giants as they fall in the finale to Minnesota 7-1. Before things got out of hand defensively, and it was really throughout the game, but really it was like a 10-minute spell there that things went really haywire for the Giants. Before that, though, Anthony DeSclafani, and they were talking about it on the TV side, Javi Lopez was, and I was listening to part of the game on my way into the station. They didn't want to say DeSclafani was tipping pitches because there wasn't anything to indicate that, but Javi Lopez was saying that he thought that they had a very deliberate approach against DeSclafani, that maybe this is something you could start to see against other Giants pitchers, and that they throw so many strikes, they don't hand out a lot of walks, which is good. They pound the strike zone. But the way to counter that if you're an opposing offense is to swing at pitches earlier in the count. Don't let at-bats get deep into the count because more often than not, they're going to get you to ground out. They get a lot of ground balls, and they get a lot of strikeouts, and they don't issue a lot of walks. They're one of the best staffs in all of baseball at that. So I don't know if it was something specific to DeSclafani. He hasn't been as sharp his last couple of outings, but something to think about in terms of how much the Giants pound the strike zone. They did it a little bit last night against Alex Cobb. He's so damn good. When that slider and that curveball, sort of like a slurve. When he has that slurve going and when he has that sinker going, he's almost unhittable.
He was fantastic last night. Gave up 2 in the first and then buckled down.
He gave up all 6 hits they had yesterday.
Yeah.
And like you said, in the first. It was
and then Michael Conforto is just out of his head right now. Yep. I mean, that home run he hit last night, I mean, it was a blast to left. And
a double,
as you'll always hear, this is mandatory for everyone who's an announcer. When somebody hits an opposite field home run, he's letting it travel, seeing the ball well. I'm gonna have to make up a list of just automatic responses, like almost Pavlovian responses to certain things. But that's one of them. I've seen the ball well, opposite field. But no, he's hitting the ball. You could just tell. I mean, today it just wasn't their day. They had a bunch of runners on, scored 1 run. Didn't hit the ball out of the park, so they didn't score, which hasn't really been a problem the last couple weeks. They've kind of taken care of that, so that's been good. The bullpen has been good. Bullpen really didn't factor today, but they played clean baseball. Not a lot of unearned runs. That wasn't the case today. I mean, not only did they have the 2 errors that went right through the wickets, they had Brandon Crawford inexplicably whiffing on a ball. I think it was in the 3rd inning. Strikeout, got away from Sable a little bit, but he had the base runner thrown out by.
It's first and second with nobody out. And they get the strikeout, right?
Yep, and then he throws it to second, had him out by 5 feet, and then he just missed it. Just like
and on the replay,
ball.
You're like, what happened? It just goes right past his glove.
Just missed it. Yeah. It was like crazy.
He didn't get called for an error, and he probably should have. They ended up calling it a wild pitch, which is probably the right call just because the runner moves, because the ball squirts away from Sable. But the runner would have been out at second had it not been for Brandon Crawford just missing the ball.
And that's one he does make 99
You don't
times
expect
out
to
of
see
100.
that from him. Never.
And then Conforto breaks in on a ball and goes sailing right over his head. Tough read.
Wisely through the wickets.
Yeah, again, those are the type of stuff, the things that weren't happening. They just kind of all happened in about 10 minutes, seemingly. The two balls through the wickets and then the whip at second base. Conforto, that happened a little earlier, I think. But, yeah, just, stuff that they weren't doing. And they had been cashing in with guys on base, and they just weren't able to get it done today. But you take 2 out of 3, and good start to the trip. So, yeah, I mean, I thought if I drove fast enough, I could get in here before the game ended, and they could still be 500. But no, it wasn't meant to be.
Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here.
So I just show up and back to one game under 500.
So it happened so quickly. I brought this up to you about 35 years ago, 36 years ago, something like that.
Yep.
Bob Brenly became the first player to make 4 errors in 1 inning since Lenny Marullo did it back in 1942. Lenny Marullo of the Cubs. He tied a major league record for most errors by a third baseman in the game. We got a little highlight package because Bob Brenly, it ended better for Brenly than it did for the Giants today. Brenly, 4 errors in 1 inning at third base, and Giants fans, you know how it ended.
Brenly off his glove. Horner's going to reach. That should be an error.
Should be an error, yeah.
Toward third, bobbled, coming home, bad throw, a run scores, and here comes Griffey, he'll score, and Hubbard into second. Virgil at third. He might have had a double play going around second. To third, bobble, Brenly is having an awful Sunday afternoon, the fans here. There might be 10 or 12,000. Now the payoff.
Oh, it's gone. Bob Brenly is going to win the ball game. How do you like that? Boy, you talk about a schizophrenic day. Bob Brenly made 4 errors in 1 inning. Home run number 14, and the Giants win it 7-6.
How about that? So Brenly bobbles Bob Horner's grounder to lead off the 4th. After the Braves load the bases with 1 out, Glenn Hubbard grounds to Brenly. He then juggles the bar for an error. Then he throws wildly to the plate for another error. So he gets 2 errors on 1 play there. Then Charlie Puello, is that his name? He hits a 2-run single before Brenly misplays another grounder by Dale Murphy, and he comes up, hits a walk-off homer there. So all in all, it's funny. For as bad and as poorly as the defense played today, all in all, the Giants, like over the last week and a half or so, last 3 series, they've won. They've played pretty good baseball. And what you said, Tom, is something that we should probably look this up, what their exact number is. They are not relying at all on the home run. They swept the Phillies, and I think you pointed out they had 1 homer in that series. It was that opening game where Conforto hit one. He's been on a tear since basically that game started. May the 10th or so is when his hot streak started. I'll get you his numbers in just a minute. But back-to-back days, he had homered, hit a double again last night. 2 of 3 against the Marlins, 2 of 3 against Minnesota. These are teams you need to be playing this kind of baseball against. Philadelphia is proving to not be a very solid team. They're not as good of a team as maybe people thought coming off a National League pennant from last year. They got beat up by the Diamondbacks, who are now like 10 games over 500. I think the Phillies might have even walked off against them today in the 10th inning. Yeah, so it was tied.
They're down 5-0.
It's 5-0. They came back and won 6-5 in the 10th, did the Phillies. But Diamondbacks are 29-21 now. Phillies only 23-26. The Giants were a game under 500. It's bunched up in the National League. The Giants have proven they have some ability. They have some assets. They have some trending things that are going up in terms of pitching that I think lead you to believe that the offense now is a little bit more eclectic. They can be a competitive team through the summer. We said yesterday they look like a professional team. They need help still. They're not by any means a refined team. Still a little bit old, I think. Still a little bit unathletic in some spots. I'd like to see them use some of their assets more. Steal more bases. Hopefully allow some of these starters to go a little bit deeper like we saw from Cobb last night. But I'm encouraged by what we've seen over the last 9 games or so, 10 games or so from this team because they lead you to believe they can be competitive.
Well, you look at the NL. And in my mind, there's clearly 3 teams that are better than the Giants. Like a gap between them and the Giants. Dodgers, Braves, Mets. I think those 3.
And the Mets aren't playing as well as they should, but I think they're going to come around.
But I think
their talent is better.
You look at the roster and the staff, that team's better.
Yeah.
Other than that, the Phillies better? Not really. What about anybody in the Central? Not really. I mean, the Brewers still. I don't think hit.
We'll find out. Nice barometer right here this weekend. Yeah.
Burns hasn't been pitching great. D-backs are solid. There's not a gap between them and the Giants. The Padres have been kind of brutal so far. So you look at the NL, they're within with a whole bunch of teams that are seemingly going to be right there battling throughout the summer. It would shock me if the three teams I mentioned first aren't in the playoffs. I mean, the Braves are. I mean, I've been watching a little bit of the Braves and the Dodgers. Those are two really, really good teams, and so they're going to be there unless something unexpected happens or multiple injuries happen. I still think the Mets are going to be fine. They just got Verlander back, 10 days or so, 2 weeks ago. Something like that. And you look at their lineup, that's just a good lineup. It's a really good lineup and a good pitching staff, and you're thinking, okay. Now, I've been following them closely enough to know how the Penn's doing.
They'll be buyers. I was going to say that they probably still need help at the back end of their bullpen. I mean, they invested a lot in Edwin Diaz, and then he's out for the season now. So because he goes down in the WBC with that injury, they're going to need back end help, but that's a team that plans to be in the hunt and will be buyers when deadline.
And we'll see how the Cardinals do. Cardinals got off to an absolutely horrific
start.
Like
red hot.
And then they won like 8 out of 10 and 9 out of 12, and they've been playing
They're putting up like 15, 16 runs on teams. It's crazy.
They've been playing some, like, you look at that lineup.
And they're hurt still.
Like, how's this team not scoring a bunch of runs? We know about Arenado. We know about Goldschmidt, Contreras. This Gorman dude is just on fire.
Nolan Gorman is a monster.
Yeah, I mean, they have some guys on that team. I know the
Ty O'Neill's injured.
Yeah, pitching hasn't been great for them, but I look at that division and I think eventually they're going to get back into that thing. So we'll see what they look like end of June, early July. But again, the three teams I mentioned, I think there's a gap between them and the Giants, and I don't know if they can close that, but. Doesn't matter if you can just get to the playoffs. All you got to do is win 4, and it's possible in baseball to get hot. So, I mean, I think they're in pretty good shape. It was encouraging. Like today, one of the small things I took out of today was Schmidt's two out, 2 strike single to right field. Scored the run. I mean, that was a nice bit of hitting. Not striking out. Shortening up a little bit, going the opposite way.
Ryan Walker looked good, too, out of the pen. Yeah, he was sharp.
You know, things they haven't been doing, they did all in about 3 innings. So hopefully they get it all out of their system, can move on, because that was UGLY. That was ugly, and we haven't seen that in a while, and that's a good thing for the Giants.
Well,
the Giants are just giving away the game.
Thank you, John. Basically.
The passive resigned to their fate broadcaster calling baseball is maybe the best of any sport.
Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here.
And this is not good, folks. Yeah, those holes, because they've been grinding through it the way we have, too. Talking about every single domino that's fallen to get you to this point. It's funny you mentioned the Casey Schmidt going the opposite way, 2-strike single the other way. You might have said he let the ball travel.
He did let it travel. Yes, he saw it.
By you saying that, maybe
shortened up.
Sash and I finally watched that movie Air. The making of it's on Amazon now. It's like part of the Prime subscription. So we watched it last night. And have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought it enjoyable. I don't know how much of it's real. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. Thought it was. I
liked it a lot. I grew up in that era.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my era.
I got a kick out of it. It was very
shoes.
They made everything very like 80s. They made sure you were right in the heart of like 1984.
See, you didn't grow up in the 80s like where Nike was garbage.
No, that was
nobody wanted to wear Nike. Nobody wanted to wear Nike. It was even Spot Built.
It's really funny to hear him talk about
Nike.
It, right,
Like that was OJ's shoes. Spot Built. Puma was a big one. Adidas or Adidas. I don't remember Fila being all that big, to be honest with you. I just remember Adidas was the
Barry
shoe.
Bonds,
Everybody wanted to wear Adidas. The top 10 and the superstars. I think the top 10 were the ones with the turtle shell toes and the superstars.
What about PF Flyers? You ever
never had any PF Flyers. Never had any PF Flyers. Converse.
Converse
was
#1.
massive. That was Bird and Magic. Like all
Jimmy Chitwood knocking down shots in the Converse.
All the dudes wore Converse.
Running picket fence in the Converse.
I loved Converse. They were the first ones that came out with the two-tone shoes. The Celtics had some really cool dark green ones. The Lakers had the purple and the gold, which were cool. But yeah, Nike. It's like you didn't even know how to say it. Was it Nike or Nike?
Well, I love they make fun of that
Nike.
at the end.
Yeah, there you go.
They make fun of that.
Nike song,
He's like, why? He's like, why'd you go with Nike? He's like, I don't know. They said they like 4-letter words. People like 4-letter words. Anyway, the reason I bring it up is you said it's one of those things broadcasters always say that when a guy hits an opposite field home run, you got to let the ball travel. Did a nice job seeing it well, letting the ball travel. They had a funny scene like that when Matt Damon is grilling one of the dudes in the boardroom early on. And he's like, why do you like Mel Turpin?
Yes.
And he's like, he's a good player.
Yeah,
I like his game. He goes, but what do you like about his game? He goes, he sees the court well.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Yeah, he's got good vision. He goes, he had 33 assists last year, like all year. What do you like about him? He's a solid player. He understands the game. He lets the game come. Just one of those things people say. Hey,
he knew nothing about Mel Turpin.
He didn't have anything to say, dude.
Nothing about Mel Turpin.
Dude, the 7-Eleven guy, remember he had the whole breakdown on Mel Turpin, dude.
You remember Mel Turpin's nickname?
No, what was it?
Dinner Bell Mel. He was overweight when he was playing.
To eat, dude? Yeah.
Dinner Bell Mel. That's incredible nickname.
Then at the end they go, "Where's Converse going to go now that we landed Michael?" They're pivoting to Mel Turpin.
Yeah, Mel Turpin.
I got a kick out of that. It's so funny. All right, good stuff. If you haven't checked out Air, it actually is an enjoyable movie. I don't know how real it is, but it's a fun movie. It's got to be based in some reality, right, to some extent. But Ben Affleck, man, has proven himself to be one of the great directors of this generation. Man, winning a best director. Derek, save it, dude. I don't want you to comment in my ear on. Oh, his performance in Phil Knight was atrocious, dude. I didn't call Ben Affleck a great actor. By no means do I believe he's a good actor.
Do you think he was a better Batman?
A great director. He's a better Batman or Phil Knight?
Derek.
Or Daredevil. 808 KNBR.
Daredevil.
Hey, you like him as the bully in Mallrats? Let me know what you think. Now you attack my libido. On the other side, a little bit more on the Giants' offense. They are 6th in the league in home runs. However, the home run has kind of disappeared for them over the last 2 weeks, yet the offense has still done a pretty good job. They've won 3 consecutive series for the first time this year, have an opportunity to really prove themselves and get above 500 in the National League in a 4-game set against the Brewers starting tomorrow. We'll talk about that on the other side. Then Susan Slusser joins us at 2:50. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-1 pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive into left center field. Going back, Castro at the warning track, at the wall. He leaps and it's gone. A home run for Michael Conforto. He made the leap. Yeah. And we couldn't tell if he had it in the glove or not. And then we saw the umpire, who was wondering himself, I think, who then signaled home run. The Giants have gone ahead.
Well, Giants lose today. They didn't have the lead, though. They were up in the game. They end up losing 7-1 to the Twins. Anthony DeSclafani takes the loss in this one. Joe Ryan, local kid. Is he the dude out of Cal, Joe Ryan? No,
I think he went to Northridge. He's from San Anselmo.
That's where he's from. Okay. Yeah. He grew up a Giants fan, though. They were talking about it on the broadcast.
Yeah, they said that he came and did like a not a tryout, but like a showcase or whatever. I guess the Giants used to have
like
if
local
you lived in the area, stuff like that.
Niners do that with local players too. Yeah.
I guess they said, I don't know if I think it's Dave that was saying they drafted him in the 39th round out of high school and offered him like $260,000, which is like a massive amount
for that round, for sure.
39th rounder, and decided not to sign. I think they said he went to Northridge, and I mean he's really good.
Yeah.
Like his fastball plays faster than, because you think, man, 94, 95 didn't look, but boy, you can't touch that fastball. Got a chance to watch him pitch twice down the last week. I watched him pitch against the Angels too. He's just solid. He's really good. We got to try to, if they ever come here or whatever, try to get him on. It's always
next year they will
local
be.
Guys.
Yeah, next year they will come. I guess now the schedule, I was going to say, if you play one division, do you get to see them? No, there's no more of that. It's just you see everybody half and half, right? The teams that come here don't come next year, so you just get your local one. So we will get the Twins next year. So, Derek, get on that. We need Derek. We need Joe Ryan next season whenever the Twins come to town. See if you can figure out what the 2024 baseball schedule looks like and when we might be able to work him into our schedule. Yeah, thanks, Derek. So the Giants 7-2 in their last 9 games. Started with a 3-game winning streak over the Phillies, and they win the first one against Miami, so that made it 4 in a row. Then the first loss to Miami, by the way, don't forget, it was just 1-0.
Yep.
Was that Saturday game. Then they'd won 3 in a row again before this loss today. So 7-2 in their last 9. If you go to that Philadelphia series, they hit 1 homer against Philadelphia. That was on the in that first game. So they win 3 in a row against them and only hit 1 homer. In the game against Miami on that Friday night, I'm just going to get it for you here. Brian De La Cruz homered for them. Nobody homered for the Giants in that 4-3 victory. So then obviously they lose 1-0 in the next game. Okay. Right, so they don't homer in that one. Let's get you to game 3 against Miami. They win 7-5 in that game to win the series. That was last Sunday. It would have been the way they wrapped that one up. Patrick Bailey homered in that one, and J.D. Davis did. Okay. So they go 2 series there, and they hit a total of 3 homers, but they're 5-1. Over those 6 games. Now, in this series, you get a homer from Conforto. Did they get a homer? Then they got a homer from Conforto again yesterday. Are those the only 2 home runs in the series?
They can look really quick.
Remember, they got the 3-run homer in game 1. That was the only 4 runs they got. All 4 of the first batters of the game scored because it was a walk, double from J.D. Davis, and then a homer from Conforto. Then in yesterday's game, they get a homer from Conforto, and that was it.
That was it.
So in this 7-2 9-game stretch, they hit 1 homer against Philadelphia. They hit 2 versus Miami, and they hit 2 against Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Is that 5?
Pretty damn good. So 5 homers in 9 games. They've got 67 on the season. That's 6th best in all of baseball. So if you erase those 5, they had 62 homers then. And where are they now? What's their record now? They're sitting at
24 and 25.
24 and 25. They're right at they're right under 500. So 59 games. You erase those 7. They're at 50 games. They'd hit 62 homers in 50.
69.
No, that's not what I said. 62. They had. Now you threw me off too. Now you threw a number in there I wasn't looking for. They were at 49 games played. Subtract those 9, they were at 40 coming in. They had hit 62 homers in 40 games. before this stretch. They hit 5 in the last 9. Yet their record in the last 9 is far better than it was over the first 40 games of the season. Remember about 9 days ago when we were talking?
Yep.
Oh, boy, there are 40 games. It's getting late early out there. We talked to, who do we have on that we asked about that? Was it Conforto came on with us, and we asked him about when do you start to measure when it gets late into a baseball season? When do you start to think about that? What's a good barometer? And he goes, well, I try not to get ahead of myself, but then I also, you try to bring it back too. And did we have Haniger on too? I feel like we've had a handful of guys on that we've talked to.
I remember talking to Haniger.
Maybe it was just Conforto then that we discussed. And he said, well, it is starting to get late. It's almost a third of the way into the year.
I asked him, when does it start to get late?
And he said, well, not yet.
Got some time, but it's, you don't want to.
But then at some point, you are who you are. We're almost a third of the way through the season now. 54 games is the 1/3 mark. If they're right at 500 or right about 500 at the 1/3 mark, and they're sort of projecting out, because remember at the 40-game mark, we were going, what did we say? They're only 6 under 500. I think it was something like that. We go, yeah, but if you extrapolate that over the next 120 games or whatever, then we're in some trouble. Then you're talking about 12 games under, 15 games under, something like that. So the long ball hasn't been there. But the batting with runners in scoring position, I'll get you those numbers in just a minute, has been much better until today. Today they were awful. It's like 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position.
Well, not only that, you look at the pitching. Against the Phillies, they gave up 10 runs in 3 games. And, 3 games. Against the Marlins, they gave up 8 runs in 3 games. And against the Twins, they gave up 11 runs in 3 games. And they knocked him around for 7 a day. So the pitching has been really, really good. So it's like a combination of kind of everything. The pitching has been better. I think a lot of that has been, it's the stuff we talked about. The bullpen has been better.
Yeah.
They're not kicking the ball around the infield until today. That's been better. The hitting with runners in scoring position, not relying on the home run, that's been better. I haven't checked this series yet. Usually every series I go back and look. See what the Giants did striking out. They struck out 10 times in game 1 of this series. It's okay. I mean, you'd like to be below 10, but that's not bad. 12 in game 2, a little high. And today they struck out 14 times today. Now that's like when the Warriors have 20 turnovers.
They're fifth worst in the majors over their last 3 games, the Giants are.
Yeah, you strike out 14 times in a game. That's a tough one to win. Then you better hit a lot of home runs.
The counter, though, is Minnesota was the worst in the league over the last 3, like 13 and a half strikeouts a game. So at least you beat the team that was worse than you. You were playing a team that strikes out as much, if not more times a game than you do. Giants on the season are still 29th in the bigs in strikeouts per game. They still strike out way too much.
Yeah, but they were last. They're making progress.
Well, yeah, because
I guess when you're last, there's only one way to go.
Minnesota's last. Yeah. That's why they faced Minnesota, so they overcame them. Seattle's down there. I mean, you're down there with the likes of. You're down there with Oakland. By the way, Milwaukee, 26th in the league in strikeouts per game as an offense. So
who are the top 5 teams not striking out? I wonder if they're like good teams or not.
Decent, yeah. So Cleveland. And they're a good contact team. They do have a lot of guys who make contact.
Hey, Cleveland's not bad.
Sort of surprisingly, Washington doesn't strike out at all.
Yeah, I know they don't.
7 strikeouts a game.
Yeah, I know. They just put the ball on the bat. They don't hit for a ton of power.
The Mets, which surprised me a little bit because the Mets have a lot of power hitters.
Yeah.
Mets have a lot of guys who hit for power, but they only strike out 7.5 times a game.
I bet you the Astros got to be up there somewhere.
Astros are number 6. Okay. Arizona's number 4. That doesn't surprise me. They put a lot of contact or put the ball in play a lot. Boston is number 5, which is interesting because actually, I mean, Rafael Devers, he hits for a lot of power and walks a lot as well. So strikeout numbers aren't crazy for him. Houston does walk a lot. Toronto walks a lot.
Okay.
Baltimore walks a lot. St. Louis is 9th. The Yankees are 10th. So it's all pretty good teams that are in the top 10.
I mean, it makes sense that you're able to string rallies together. And again, it's just, we know this team, and I use the Warrior analogy, we know the Warriors are going to turn the ball over. Right? We just know that. That's kind of who they are, who they've been. It just can't be so extreme. You can be at, like, 16 is going to lead the league. You'd like it to be for them. 14.5 a game would be nice. 12 or less, now you're cooking. Now you're good to go. And when they have one of those games where they have less than 10 turnovers, they're super, super hard to beat. So, but we know that's not really who they are, and they're going to turn it over. It's when you get to the 18, 19, 20 that you're thinking it's going to be really tough to win this game because you look at field goal attempts and you're like minus 15 in field goal attempts. It's hard to overcome that. So we know who the Giants are. They're going to hit homers and they're going to strike out some. But it can't be striking out 14 times, 13 times. It's got to be 10. Would you like it to be 9? 9 would be great. 10 for a team that hits as many home runs as them, you can that's okay. But when you start getting into which they did early in the season, 13, 14, maybe even 15, then you got to be so good at every other aspect of the game to win that game. Again, I'll go back to the Warriors. If they turn it over 20 times, I'm like, well, they can win, but they got to shoot a high percentage. They got to make 16 threes.
You put all this extra pressure on yourself.
They got to have
other things you got to do well.
Yes, so the turnovers go up. Your productivity, your efficiency also has to go up. Like if your productivity efficiency stays solid, you're good. You can win a game with this. Well, now the turnovers go up. It's like, ooh, that's not good enough anymore because we got to overcome minus 12 field goal attempts. So now we got to get a few more offensive rebounds. We got to hit a few more threes. We got to just do this. Everything's got to be a little bit better. And that's what you're going to get when you strike out that many times. The pitching has to be better. The defense has to be better. You're going to have to hit a home run or two now. So that's where that all comes into play. And we saw it early in the season where seemingly every time the Giants got bases loaded, nobody out, be like, here comes 2 strikeouts. Strikeout, pop-up. Nothing. 0 runs because they couldn't – they weren't – and that's why the Casey Schmidt, I love that hit because the guy was in scoring position. He had 2 strikes. I think it was an 0-2 count, actually. And he hit to the right side. Let me just get the guy over at least. Let me get the guy over and see if I can score. And they ended up scoring the guy. So I thought that was really cool. And he's really young, too. So I just really like that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to see some of the young guys. Pat Bailey was not in there today, as evidenced by all of the hectic stuff that was going on behind the plate. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, this wasn't all on Blake Sable. I don't even really put any of it on Blake Sable, but when crap's going wrong, you're like when the sure-handed guys are making mistakes out there. And I always wonder, too, and we'll talk to Susan Slusser about this on the other side, I got no problem with Brett Wisely. You got to have that guy. That player exists on every team in baseball and has for 100 years. But is having that left-handed bat worth what you're losing in the field when you put him out? I know Casey Schmidt wasn't out there. They moved him over to second base later in the game. I guess they moved J.D. David. Whatever else happened in the game. I just wonder. I know day game after a night game, and you got to give guys a rest. But it seemed to me like that was more of a play to have another left-handed bat in there than it was about the defense. And I just think you owe it to these pitchers, especially guys like DeSclafani who are pitching as well as they have, to have your best defense out there behind him. Anyway, just something to talk about with Susan Slusser, and we will do just that after I let you know that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. Susan Slusser of the Chronicle joins us on the other side. Still going to catch up with Farhan Zaidi at 4:50 and Mark Spears at 3:30. Giants dropped the finale to the Twins, but they are playing good baseball. They've won 3 consecutive series now as they head to Milwaukee. Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and predicted when we could see Kyle Harrison called up to the big leagues. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
We do it every Wednesday throughout the baseball season. Susan Schlosser covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle, and they're playing pretty good baseball, winning 3 consecutive series, a sweep over the Phillies, 2 of 3 against the Marlins, and then 2 of 3 here against Minnesota as they're on the road still to take on the Milwaukee Brewers starting tomorrow. Susan joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's going on, Susan? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. Did you make the trip to Minnesota?
I'm here.
How's the how is that ballpark? And I know you get some beautiful weather this time of year. For I don't know if it's normally this pretty in May there, but it was like 80 degrees all week.
This is a top 5 ballpark for me, in part because I think it has the best working conditions in Major League Baseball. They really put a lot of thought into like everything. You can tell they talk to like every department, like anybody with the team in any capacity. What do you need? What works for you? Plus, it's on a very tiny footprint. It's like basically postage stamp sized. And they somehow put in this beautiful, beautiful ballpark facing downtown Minneapolis, skyways connecting it right to downtown, right next to the Target Center. I don't know how they possibly could have done a better job in all areas. The attention to detail is really superb. And Minneapolis, when the weather is like this, is one of the best cities in the country.
Yeah, the skyline's very cool. Just visually watching it on TV.
It's a really nice place. Like on TV, yeah. It's a good place to watch a game.
Yeah.
Love it.
And the Twins, for me, that's kind of all they were missing. Because I've always sort of had affection. Like, as a National League fan, I've just hated, like, I could never find affection for the Braves or the Cardinals or any other classic National League teams. So I would, like, latch onto American League teams. And I always liked the Royals because I was, like, the baby blue, and my mom's got Kansas City ties. I always liked the Orioles because I just thought the cool unis and an old-school American League team. But the Twins were another one that, for me, was kind of a cool they had a great history. Kirby Puckett was a cool player there. They had good success in the early 2000s, but never got it done with Ron Gardenhire. I always liked the comp sort of Joe Mauer to Buster Posey. I've just always sort of liked them as a franchise, and I think all they were missing was the ballpark.
Yeah, I've always loved them as a franchise. They do things really well here. They treat their players right. They've always had really good executives, scouts. It's a good place. You'd really rarely hear players complain about anything to do with playing here. I think it's that Minnesota Knights thing, maybe. I don't know. But the Metrodome, I kind of enjoyed going to games there, but it was weird. It was very loud. It kind of smelled like rancid French fries. It was very odd, but weirdly, also excellent working conditions, except for the loudness.
I actually went there.
You went to the
I went to a
Metrodome.
game. Yeah,
the baggy.
Brutal, just brutal. I felt like it was a huge golf and stuff where they just happened to be playing
into a net.
It was so sterile.
Yeah.
It was just so sterile in there.
Should have given with a trop. That's why I felt like I was at Costco.
Baseball's
Like
outside.
It's all dimly lit.
Outside.
I mean, for the dome stadiums, it was my favorite.
Was it
That is
really?
not saying it's not saying anything at all. I mean, the Kingdome was terrible. Tampa's awful. I don't even like the new Texas, which obviously is retractable. But there's not a lot to really say about many of them. But somehow the Metrodome did have at least its own character. You know, I like that.
Yeah,
part
they
of
had
it.
a baggie. That was their character.
Yeah,
a baggie and a
baggie.
fan that apparently they turned on and off.
And a funky smell.
Yeah, and the funky smell.
Anyone defined by the smell, I'm usually out. Anyone
God.
defined by its smell is usually somewhere you don't want to be.
So apparently the Giants, everything they haven't been doing in the last week and a half, they decided to just jam into about 3 innings today, right? They misplayed balls, committed errors, couldn't get guys home when they had a chance to get guys home. I guess if you're going to do it, just jam it into one game and then just leave it in Minnesota and move on.
100%. I mean, they were all off. They were off in every way today. You're exactly right. The things they've been doing well, we didn't see any evidence of. Actually, there's one good thing that came out of today's game, and that was Ryan Walker just looks amazing. What yet another find among their young players, and everything else really forgettable. And the defense, the defense has been improved.
Yeah.
They're still not one of the better defensive teams in the majors, but they were kind of more middle of the pack, and today was just dreadful. And when you look at their numbers, the area that they have not played well defensively is shortstop. And I'm not saying that's just Brandon Crawford, although he has really not played, as Kapler said afterwards. He's not, he has set a high standard for himself, basically. And so, we know what's there, and he hasn't quite gotten there yet. But Thairo Estrada was not all that great when he was filling in there. So Casey Schmidt has really been their best shortstop. So that's going to be something interesting to keep an eye on, is how are they apportioning time at shortstop at this point.
I thought maybe he wasn't feeling well or something. I can't even explain how he dropped that ball at second base that Sable threw to him. It was like a sleight of hand, because he's going to tag him out. He's out by 5 feet, and all of a sudden the ball's going over to left center field. I was like, what the hell happened? That I don't see a lot of things that completely shock me. That was a shocker.
Yeah, I asked him about it, and he said he was trying to let the ball travel deep so he could make a real fast tag, and just took his eye off the ball.
Okay.
That's not like him either, But he said he's feeling, because I asked too, how are you feeling? When a guy is that, I think he's a -6 defensive runs saved right now, which for early in the season is not great. But he was just coming off a long layoff just a week or so ago. Mm-hmm. So, but he said he feels fine. He feels great. So I think those numbers will start to turn around. We obviously know he is a superb defensive shortstop, but right now I'm not saying overall, but I'm saying right now the guy playing best at short is Casey Schmidt, which makes me think, hey, if you want J.D. Davis at third, which you probably do, is Casey Schmidt going to get the bulk of time at shortstop here for a while? It wouldn't stun me.
Yeah. Does that hand get forced when Jock Peterson comes off the IL? When they've got a legitimate DH every day and they have a guy they can put in there? Is that when that hand sort of gets forced on Brandon Crawford, where there's another left-handed bat? Because I'm with you. I've always feel better when Crawford's at shortstop. But if he's not a plus defender for you and he's hitting 160, and you've got another guy who can do it, and you've got other guys you can plug in who are going to give you more offensively, and J.D. Davis is playing a plus third base really for most of this year. I don't know. I don't know what who else could be forced out of that spot.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to have Schmidt in the lineup. They just do. They have to have Davis in the lineup. Peterson, is maybe not quite as much of a must. You could probably still use that DH spot to run people in and out of along with him. But, Brandon Crawford is not – I don't think he's a guy who, we're seeing like the tail end of his career right now, or he's somebody that's kind of slowly being edged out. I think he is just in a little bit of a defensive funk. He is not a guy I would ever say like, oh, well, let's all give up on Brandon Crawford. Absolutely not. You know, he's such a talent, and he's meant so much for the team, and he's local, and, you know, he's just, I mean, he's the one link to the dynasty, right? I just think he is probably going to get a little more time off, which will make him, you know, physically probably a little stronger, have a little bit more energy. But, you know, he's used to playing every day, and maybe playing every day is what keeps him really sharp defensively. There's always that possibility, too. I don't know.
Conforto has been incredible the last few weeks. And I always kind of hesitate to say, well, what's changed? Because it's 162 games. I mean, you're going to have stretches where you're not great. You're going to have stretches where you're great. And it just happened that he didn't get off to a really, really good start. I mean, he could make a minor adjustment, or it could just be, hey, that's the season. It happens like that. It's not a huge deal. It just happens like that. Has he said anything about being more comfortable, or just sometimes all it takes is a couple good swings of the bat and you feel like, okay, I'm kind of locked in. I'm good to go. And every time I go up there now, I'm looking forward to going up there instead of like hoping that I make good contact, because he's really been swinging it.
It's funny, when you talk to any of his teammates, they all say pretty much the same thing, which is, like, look, he missed an entire season last year, and he wasn't with an organization, so he didn't have access to big league trainers and medical and all of that. You know, he was out there on his own, doing all his own rehab and everything. Of course, it's going to take time to get back in the swing of things after missing a full season. He was working very specifically on some things because he was his timing was sort of caught in the middle. So he was really working on sort of basically like waiting a little bit, let the ball travel deeper. And I think like yesterday's home run was a really good example of how that's working for him. You know, he hits a ball the opposite way out, and you know that means he is letting the ball travel, and because of that he's seeing the ball better. His he's swinging it better pitches, like everything kind of when you're doing that, everything starts to kind of click into place better, and he's clicking, and the power, you know, it's funny, he's not that big a guy, but he has such power. That one last night we were like, is it going to go out? He kind of held up at first, but it kept going. So, you know, that has been really, really fun to see. Haniger's the next one that's going to start clicking, I think. I think that's coming soon. He was obviously a little bit behind Conforto at the beginning of the season with, you know, missing some time. But I think he's very close. And when they get those two going, I think that the offenses, we're not going to have a whole lot more 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position days.
Would you agree with this, that right now in the National League, where not a lot of teams have separated themselves, I think there's 3 teams that have a gap between them and the Giants: Braves, Dodgers, Mets. The Mets record wouldn't suggest it, but I look at the rotation. Verlander just got back, and the lineup. Other than that, I don't really see a league that has like 4 or 5 teams you look at and go, wow, there's only a couple playoff spots left. Like, I just see a whole bunch of teams lumped together. Arizona got off to a great start, but they're not that much better than the Giants. The whole Central is kind of the Phillies this year kind of So would you agree that those 3 teams, I don't even know if you'd include the Mets. The first 2 are obvious, but I just see a whole bunch of like National League, like where there's going to be maybe 4 spots to be had.
Well, I mean, I've got to throw the Padres in always just because of the level of talent there. Yeah, that level of talent.
They stink right now.
They always have some bad stretches, and they always seem to have somebody really key out with an injury or a suspension or what have you.
They always don't win the World Series too, Susan. Don't forget to add that. They always don't do that.
They, you know what? They have bad juju. I think I've said this before, and you know, specifically because we're always talking to Tom. They're kind of like the Angels of the National League. You know,
got him. Yeah,
you're talking about 3 in a row, you know, on fire.
It's true, though. You know, they have like this immense talent, and every year you go like, well, they've made this addition, that addition, so this is really going to be the year, and then they just kind of come up short. I never count them out, though. I mean, it's just too much. There's too much talent assembled there to say like that they're not among the elite teams. They're among the elite teams.
So that's where the difference stops between the Angels and the Padres. The Padres you still consider an elite team.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Very good.
That is
very good.
Yeah. Somehow the Angels are not an elite team.
No, they're not.
by far the two best players.
They're not.
The Angels can be
I don't hear it from everybody. Oh, hey, you got some pretty good players over there. Shut up.
Like we still think the Padres are going to come around. Angels could be up like 6 with 5 to play.
What do you mean they are coming around? 3 in a row. Suck it. Okay, they're rolling. 4 over 500.
They can like clinch.
Stop the season now.
They're not going. Come
Stop the season now. They're only 2 out.
Sorry, we're picking on you.
No, that's okay. Hey, I pick on myself. You are no harsher than I am when I'm watching the game. Trust me.
All it took was a couple Angels jabs.
And Arizona are the only 2 teams where I go like into fan mode when I'm watching the game. Like, what the bleep are you doing out there? You kidding me? Come on, what are we doing? Like, it just. So anyway, but I've learned to live with it. One of these years,
builds character.
It will I miss associate years. Anyway, this it's funny because we talked about it that this team that wasn't doing the things that we had talked about, scoring without hitting home runs, a bullpen. Not giving up unearned runs. Like, I mean, the things they didn't do today that we said they've been really good. The pitching's been good. The bullpen's been good. Yep. The defense has been good. They haven't been striking out as much. They haven't been reliant on the home run quite as much. Like, this has been a really nice stretch of games where some of the things that were bothering them early on, they've kind of rectified a little bit.
Yeah, the bullpen has been spectacular.
Yeah.
I mean, really amazing during this stretch. And then they add Ryan Walker, who looks amazing. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's going to take his lumps. He's a kid, right? But so far, so good. And they get Luke Jackson probably sometime in here in the next week. And that's adding an experienced arm with a great track record. So theoretically, they're only going to get better. But, man, Camilo Doval looks better than ever, and I really like he's taken a big step forward. He already had basically all the talent in the world, but he just looks so dialed in right now. I went and talked to Byron Buxton about him today, and he said he kept looking at the board and going like, it says he's throwing a cutter, but this thing looks like it's on an elevator, it's going straight up. So yeah, it's tough, man. And he's got that nasty slider and 100-mile-an-hour cutter. That's crazy.
Yeah,
and he's got that weird thing where he kind of like cocks his wrist back, like it's sort of like it's bent like a swan, like bending its head backwards, and he whips it. It's a really he's got a fun like mark him down as of guys you wouldn't want to
fly fishing or something. Yeah,
it's really weird. Like he's got a nice whip to it. Yeah, like Aaron Rodgers, like with a sidearm flip of the football or something like that. Another minute or two here with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. I just wanted to ask you about you were talking about guys who were going to come around soon. We've seen Conforto do it. You said your money's on Haniger for the next guy who maybe starts to figure it out. I was hoping that was going to be the case for a guy like Stripling. We talked about him last week when he went on the injured list, but Sean Manaea, I don't think there's any question that was his best outing of the season. Still probably throwing too many pitches in that outing, but he struck out 8 in relief the other day. I thought it was nice to see him hang some zeros. First time this year, Susan, he's had back-to-back outings where he's lowered his ERA. So that's trending in the right direction. What did he have to say after that outing, and what do you expect from him going forward? Because I don't think that he's getting a big bulk of innings right now, but they need him. They've given him a contract, and they could use that arm right now out of the pen.
Yeah, and the Stripling spot in the rotation looks like kind of like bullpen game right now, but to me, with Manaea throwing like that, there's no reason why not to just throw him back into the rotation. He's going to be more comfortable starting. He's kind of figured out the bulk innings thing a little bit better, but you've got to think that that's added a little bit to the sort of the difficulty of the season for him so far. The Giants talked about him this offseason like he was a guy who has tons of relief experience, and it was really just a handful of games. It is not natural for him. He's been a starter his whole life. I think he's getting it, but I think, especially because he is pitching better, he deserves to get a start or two while Stripling's out. And then it's kind of pick 'em between the two of them. If they're both pitching well, great. If one is and one isn't, or, most of the early part of the season, neither one of them was pitching all that well. We know what's going to happen to that there eventually if that's the case, because Kyle Harrison looks like he is really figuring things out at Sacramento. We are going to see him at some point in the next, month, 2 months, somewhere down the road.
Well, we're going to talk to Farhan at 4:50 today, and we'll definitely talk about that because Kyle Harrison off his best start of the year last night. 4 innings pitched, 1 walk, no hits, 9 strikeouts. He is walking a few too many guys, but last night looked like he figured it out. Second outing in his last 4 where he's walked 1 or none, but he did have a bunch of 3 and 4 walk games. So we will see what happens there. But
real quick, let me throw this in there. I wanted to find out what happens when Bart gets healthy, a catcher.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I think they probably wind up carrying all 3, and Silva winds up mostly in left. he was better when he was catching more regularly, but he definitely has not looked that great with fewer reps behind the plate. And teams are starting to take advantage of the fact that he's not great at controlling the running game. We saw that a little bit here.
It's so funny, by the way. You mentioned the thing about Sham and I earlier about how they're like, it's been sort of a bullpen game in that Ross Stripling start. It's like the fifth starter has been hanging an ERA of 5 for like 75 years, and now every time that spot comes around, it's like every team in baseball freaks out about how to approach it. Like, do we go with an opener? Do we go bullpen game? Do we spot start this guy? Let him go 3 innings? It's like we're trying to mitigate the fifth starter spot. It's like we've had this forever. It's just part of the game.
That's true. Hey, you're forgetting the first rule of sports radio. What have you done for me lately? Let's overreact.
Yeah. Well, it's not football season yet, Susan. We still have Kyle Shanahan's what is only God knows quote means. We've got words to parse through. So, Susan, thanks so much for the time today. Have a safe trip. You heading to Milwaukee?
Off to Milwaukee.
All right. Enjoy your beer and your brat, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, that's the plan.
All right. Good deal.
Thanks, Susan.
Great stuff from Susan Slusser. If you missed any of that, all of it available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We are streaming live. The video is up, and we'll try to break out the NBA grab bag a little bit later on video. We'll see if we can get the NBA grab bag in studio today. When we get to that later. Speaking of the NBA, Celtics stay alive and keep our piddly ass NBA playoffs going.
At least we got a game.
We got something to watch tomorrow. A Game 5 in the Eastern Conference semis.
Do you realize
we're looking at a sweep by the
Eastern?
Yeah.
Western Conference, both hockey and basketball.
Yeah.
All were 3-0 at one point.
Yep. Yeah.
Both hockeys are 3-0 as we stand.
And we could have a sweep tonight.
Nuggets swept. We could have a sweep tonight. Right? Carolina, Florida.
Yeah.
And
Vegas
then
and what's
Vegas, Dallas.
Dallas played last night.
I watched that last night. Tremendous penalty by Jamie Benn. Nobody cares because nobody knows who Jamie Benn is in these parts. But anyway, that was unbelievable.
I had a hockey dream last night.
I was kind of hoping it'd be Dallas, Carolina. Burns, Pavelski, one of the former
Sharks. That would have been cool, yeah.
Doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Dan Boyle lets him out.
Boston was the first team to win a game in hockey basketball conference finals.
That was trailing 3-0.
That was trailing 3. The first one. I thought we're gonna get 4 sweeps around here.
Yeah.
I don't know if hockey is a set date for the finals. Probably not because nobody cares. But basketball is. I was like,
they're like, move that ass up. We got a puck to play for.
It's like, what the hell? I like watching hockey, basketball, and baseball all one night.
It is cool. It is great. It's a good time of year.
I'm gonna miss it.
It's a good time of year. And the Celtics are hoping it stays a good time of year. They get a win last night. Beat the Heat in Game 4. Jason Tatum finally scored a point in the fourth quarter. We'll tell you about it next. And then 3:30, we are going to catch up with, is it 3:30 or 3:50? 3:50.
Is it? It says 3:30 right here.
Yeah, well, Tim, hand to the scores table. Go ahead. That's all you, Tim.
It's 3:30.
That's you. Yeah. Tim Webb. He messed it up.
3:30.
Right here on The Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan, when asked about Brock Purdy's return, said he's optimistic he'll be ready by week 1, but added, quote, only God knows. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the SF Tax Team over at sftaxteam.com. You have any issues? Tax issues? If you do, give Alex a call. He will. I called Alex. I had a consultation before I did my taxes, and I just did normal taxes. It wasn't even anything that I had to get done. And remember, you have until October this year. So you don't got to push it. You're good to go. But if you have late taxes, if you have an audit coming, back taxes, cryptocurrency reporting, a lot of people are probably dealing with that, even criminal tax investigations, give Alex a call, set up a consultation. He'll give you the roadmap. He will talk with you and give you a clear and concise plan. You'll understand where you're going and how to get out of your tax issues. You don't want to be worried to go to the mailbox, answer the phone, answer the door. The IRS there, is that going to be from the IRS? It's just the worst. You don't want to drop that bag of stress. Just drop it off. Give Alex Kugelman a try. And again, I talked to him very down to earth, easygoing, knows what the hell he's talking about. And really what it comes down to is you will have that clear, concise plan. And then you can drop that bag of stress off. You'll be all good to go, understand how to handle it, and get it taken care of. And you need to get it taken care of because the IRS does not forget, like damn elephants. They're always going to be there. Hey, we forgot about that guy. No. They're not forgetting about anybody. So get your consultation, get a schedule, and all you have to do is visit sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or Google Kugelman Law, Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Tatum shot left wing. It bounces around and drops. The bounce is finally falling the Celtics' way. No dustpans for what was a broken Boston Celtic team. Maybe they have found themselves here in Game 4. By far their most impressive half of this series. They've done it before. Trailed 3-2 against Philadelphia in the conference semis. Won Game 6 and 7. And now they trail 3-1 with Game 5 on Thursday back in Boston as they win Game 4, 116-99 to avoid the sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals.
That was a sound from last night. Boston Celtics stay alive with a win over the Miami Heat. And I imagine Boston Celtics fans are just like, all right, well, okay. Live to fight another day. You're on to Game 5. Now, you win Game 5, you're in business. You win Game 5, now we're talking. Now we got a series, and now maybe, because it's the only series going, it gets all of our attention, it gets all of our focus, it gets ratcheted up to another level. Unless, of course, then they come back and they just fall flat in Game 6. But they're going home now for a Game 5, a realistic shot at winning Game 5, and then forcing a Game 6 in Miami. Could make for, I think there's a case then for that becoming the best series of this postseason, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. But really, my reaction to last night's Celtics win is just, well, whoop-de-doo, what does it all mean, Basil? It's just one of those, you know? Like, it's
whoop-de-doo.
Are we getting anything else out of it?
Well, what's going on?
Well, you're
my mic hit it?
Your arm got moving, yeah. See, the digital team's going to get all upset now. See what happens? Yeah, see.
Oh, okay. So when I move my microphone,
see,
it's hitting
see, now
is what's doing
Tom's
it.
here, and now the stream's all...
Yeah. So when I hit it, what does it do? Because I can't see anything.
It just moves, and then they can't see my sexy face.
Okay.
I'm a sexy baby.
Got it.
Sexy baby.
So I'm the one that can kind of move it around a little bit.
To quote Jamie Tarr, a sexy baby.
Ah, I got a new little toy
here. Yeah, there you
here.
go. Yeah, look at you.
Oh.
It's kind of like that remote control. Never mind.
Can I do, like, both of them on me?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
It's Tolbert and Tolbert.
Nice.
It's Tolbert and
There we
Tolbert.
go.
Those watching the live stream are getting a treat right now of Tolbert and Tolbert on the Sports Leader.
How about that? So what'd you think about the game last night? Well, I'm going to tell you what I thought about the game last night. I thought the Boston Celtics finally played like the Boston Celtics.
We can get loose here for a second.
Yeah, we can do that.
Keep it there.
Here we go. We can do that. Oh, yeah. There I am. Sweet. So the game last night, yeah. I mean, the Celtics finally looked like the Celtics last night.
So stupid.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's so dumb.
Now because it's on both, there's 4 times. There you go. Now we're good. Yeah, now we're good.
Now we're good. That was a little bit too many Tom.
That was a good bit. That was a lot of Tom.
Oh, yeah, it was a great bit. I'm sure
it's like that Buick commercial where the girl picks up herself and then herself gets in the back seat.
Yeah. I'm sure the 7 people that are watching enjoyed that.
7D.
Yeah.
That's on YouTube alone.
Yeah, I mean, look, Miami still got one more kind of free shot at it, and Boston still has the pressure on them next game. But if they win next game, then it shifts a little bit more to Miami because Boston at least has avoided a sweep. Like, can you imagine it being that big of a favorite and getting swept? They'd have been getting crushed. Not necessarily going to get crushed a little bit, but you win a couple games, at least you're showing some fight, you're coming back, and you give Miami credit for being a good team, playing good basketball. But Boston finally looked like Boston last night. I won't say the first time in the series, because they played some good quarters in Boston. It's just when they needed to make the plays, Miami made all those plays in the second half. It almost looked like Boston was freed up in knowing, hey, let's let it rip. Let's just, you know what, we're down 3-0, let's just let it rip. And they were the ones that hit the threes. They were the ones that were making the plays. The guys that were really hurting the Celtics, Vincent, not much. Duncan Robinson, not much. Strus, not much. Caleb Martin, not a whole lot. I mean, those guys really didn't do much. And those have been the guys that have been killing the Celtics. I mean, look, Butler's doing his thing and Bam's doing his thing. And you expect those guys to kind of be right around, like the range for your stars isn't huge. Like if they have a good game, now occasionally they'll have a great game like Butler's 56-point game, or they'll have a down game, but usually it's going to be right around their numbers. The other guys are going to be, the variance there could be huge, and the variance for the Heat players have been all on the upside, like for the most part. At least 2 of those guys, if not 3 of those guys, are just making plays and hitting big shot after big shot. Last night didn't happen. Those guys did not hit the shots they have been hitting, not just in the series, but almost for the entirety of the playoffs. And you could tell they started getting into a rhythm. And
shot 33% in the fourth quarter, did the Heat.
Yeah. Tatum
and they had nothing.
Got into a rhythm. He was hitting shots.
5 of 7 in the fourth.
Yeah, Smart was playing well.
Smart hit a 3 and was 2 of 3 in the fourth.
Yeah,
the fourth quarter is really what it was all about.
They just started to, like I said, they looked more like themselves. And the Heat kind of looked like they did at times during the regular season where they were anything but an offensive juggernaut. Now, last night in the first half, they were 20 for 37. So they were still hitting shots. They're up 6.5, extended it out to 9. And you thought, uh-oh, which way is this going to go? And then it just went toward the Celtics. I think the Celtics went on a 16-0 run at that point, and they just completely took over the game. So they're an 8-point favorite in Game 5. No way I would take the Celtics. Just not a chance. The Heat, that was like one game out of many where they just did not have it last night. They've had it way more times than not.
So for games 1, 2, and 3, and last night.
Oh, do you realize an underdog?
I sprinkled on them. Yeah,
underdog covered every single game so far in the conference finals.
Yes, for the Denver
Lakers covered 1-2, and Denver covered 3-4, and they were underdogs. It's unbelievable. It's like what is it now? 9 and 8? No, 8-0. All you gotta do is take the underdog.
And by the way, what the lines we're moving to were razor thin too. Did you see last night? It's like over under. I hit the under. I bought it up on the Celtics game last night.
Yeah,
I think it closed at 216. I think it finished at 215, didn't it?
Did it?
99 to 216 or 116 was the final.
It was 215. I know it was 215.
So it was 116. 99 was the final. I bought it up to 217. So it was at 216 and a half when I saw it. And I was like, I'm nervous about this. I bought it up to 17, and I hit under. But these lines have been razor thin for over-unders. Most of the spreads, though, to your point, where the underdog is covered, even at games where I've seen Denver covered or whatever it was in that game 1 and 2, it was like because the spread moved a point or a point and a half. Either way, these games got really, really close.
Well, you'll kind of expect that this time of year.
You should be this accurate.
The books are dialed in.
As long as health is intact, which for the most part, these 2 series have been.
Well, you look at football and watch college football especially, but even in the NFL, watch how lines move the first month.
Crazy
and
variance.
Then slowly they start getting tightened up, tightened up, and then by midseason, they don't hardly move because there's not as much edge there. Especially college basketball is notorious for that.
Yep.
Where I've seen totals move 10 points early in the season. Doesn't happen late in the season.
Oh, once you get to like January and February, they've tightened it up.
They got it tightened up now, and you're in conference.
You're playing so many different schedules and different teams early on too. There's a lot of variance, but
so the Celtics they still got some pressure on them. They're going back home. Going to be a great crowd, I would imagine. But you win that one. Then it gets in the Miami Heat head a little bit. Like, ooh, we had a 3-0 lead. Now it's 3-2, and we definitely don't want to go back to Boston for a game.
Because if you lose game 6 in this scenario, you're not feeling –
You don't feel great at all. You know what else is going to come up? Guarantee you. It's happened in hockey before, but there's only been one team in the history of Major League Baseball that's come from 3-0 back in the playoffs.
And it was a Boston.
Guess what city they came from?
Boston.
I guarantee you that's going to that I already saw the graphic last night.
And the Red Sox are still breathing. We got to get John Miller on the call.
I guarantee you.
With Dave Roberts and Gabe Kapler.
If it gets to 3-3, that one's going to be like, is Boston going to do it in baseball and basketball?
Eric said A-Rod and Jeter were at the game last night. And
they were.
In Miami?
Yep, absolutely. I don't think they said hi to each other. I'm pretty sure.
Probably not.
A-Rod's at every game now. It's like Jimmy Goldstein. Like, don't you like?
A-Rod was talking to Kyrie at the game.
Yeah, Kyrie.
By the way, I saw Anthony Edwards talking to A-Rod 2 days ago at a game, and I was like, do you remember a couple of years ago? We've talked about this. A couple of years ago when A-Rod was in talks to be a part of the ownership group of the T-Wolves, did he ever buy in? Did that officially happen?
I think he did.
So maybe that's why they are cool now, but there was that audio of them asking Anthony Edwards if if he had heard A-Rod was, he's like, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
They're like,
these guys don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, these guys don't know.
Probably dig that up, Tim, somewhere in there. Maybe we can find it for the sound soiree a little bit later. But Anthony Edwards not knowing. Now he's like sitting courtside with A-Rod.
Who dat?
I don't know who that is. Dude, Ant Edwards, one of the great sound bites in the NBA. He's got a really funny cadence.
So look, the Celtics are way more talented. I mean, the Celtics have more talent than Miami. Miami just has their culture and the way they play and their belief. That's how they're getting by right now. They have.
They don't need to find themselves. They have an identity, and they know that's what you're talking.
They are who they are.
They're not here because it's some hollow run. Ooh, they got hot at the right time. This is a system-based run.
Yeah, and they're a number one seed last year.
Absolutely.
Right. So
which everybody, including us, forget about.
They underachieved this year, but they are doing this without Tyler Hero. This guy gets them like 18 points a game, so they're doing it without him. By the way, they said he might be available for the finals.
Let's ask more
like he would be.
Yeah.
If he comes back. So. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Miami won next game. Like everybody gets all hyped up. Ooh, hey, we could go to. Nope, it's over. 4-1. Like 4-1, not going to sound all that good.
That crap happens all the time.
Yeah, but if Boston gets this one, and not just gets it, if they look like they did last game, and look like Boston, hitting threes, shooting a lot of threes, making a lot of threes, defending the rim, getting some transition points. Now you start thinking, ooh, they may have found themselves. They may be feeling good about themselves. And if you can get, like Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, never going to question themselves. But if you can get some of those other guys, like role players, to start feeling that squeeze a little bit, maybe those shots don't go in as easily for Vincent, for Strus, for Martin, for Robinson. Maybe they start feeling like, ooh, this is like, we're good. Ooh, damn, it's 3-2 now? And we're at home? Oh, man, this is. So I hope Boston wins. I'm not rooting for Boston. I'd love to see Miami win in 7. That'd be incredible. But I'm rooting for them to win just to get more drama and more basketball. Because if it gets to Game 6, it'll be really interesting. Like, I think the Heat players will be tighter at home, the guys I mentioned, than they will in Boston. Because Boston's kind of a free swing.
Because it's Game 6 and you have to close it out.
Yeah.
Because you're now your back's against the wall because you have to finish.
You feel that way.
You have to finish, or you're going on the road and it feels, again, you're not saying, it's an absolute loss, but in my mind and a lot of other people,
leprechauns come out at that point.
You lose Game 6 in this scenario, you're losing Game 7 in
Probably.
my mind. That's not a positive. So at least we've got that scenario to look forward to for tomorrow night. We got a Game 5 in the Eastern Conference Final. Let's talk about this on the other side. For all of our hype down the stretch in the NBA regular season, I was calling it like a baseball postseason run, a pennant-like run. For all the parity that we were excited about that we don't normally get in the NBA, I got to say, it's been a fairly underwhelming NBA postseason. I think the best game of the postseason happened in the first round between two teams that didn't make it out of the second round. We'll talk about that. Have we had a great series this postseason, or was it just Warriors-Kings? Is that the best we've seen to this point? We'll discuss that a bit on the other side. And then Mark Spears joins us at 3:50. Farhan Zaidi at 4:50. Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Do you have any thoughts about him? Are you an A-Rod fan at all growing up or anything like that? What do you think about what he might bring to the team?
A fan? What do you mean? Like, who is he?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I was so mad this morning I actually turned the TV off because the Denver Nuggets, who have been the best basketball team in the world all season, sweep, get to the finals for the first time. Now, you know Mike Malone, I love him, but he's whiny. But he does have a point.
No, he has a great point.
He has a great point.
No, a great point.
I mean, I was like, and I love Mike Malone. I cannot wait.
Michael Malone. If you really love him, call him Michael.
Okay. I was so mad watching TV this morning to everything. And listen, we all love LeBron. He didn't say he was retiring yet. When he does that, we'll do all that stuff. But it should have been all about the Denver Nuggets.
Charles Barkley saying, I didn't turn off the TV. Who was yelling and hollering? No, he made some good points, though. I was like, what? No, he's got a point. Dude, the Denver Nuggets, I don't know if it's like too inside basketball to have been hyped on them or be into them. They've been a lot of fun to watch this postseason, considering how down on them we were entering the playoffs. And I remember asking you specifically about that, where we were saying the Lakers are a scary team entering the playoffs because they got hot at the right time. They figured it out. They corrected a lot of their flaws and deficiencies from before the trade deadline, and we didn't really know what they were capable of because we hadn't seen a ton of them as a full healthy team because LeBron was out for so much of the time at the back end of the season. For the Nuggets, they had not played great, and they'd sort of stockpiled all their wins at the beginning. Jokic wasn't as fantastic down the stretch, and I think that's why we all thought if you followed the course of the season, Embiid certainly did feel like the MVP when it came down to it at the end. But then we got into the playoffs, and for all the parity that is great in the NFL, I mean, you said it last year when we were picking our playoff teams, and we'll do it again for which teams we think will be in and which won't. Remember last year you said you had Tampa out at the start of the year, and I was like, what? How could this be? And I didn't think they'd be like great, but I mean, they did make the playoffs.
They did make the playoffs.
Were they 8-9 though? Yeah. Like they barely made the playoffs.
Well, I think I remember saying, well, maybe I have to reconsider because the division's so bad.
We looked at the division and we were like, who else can win that? Yeah. And really, they won it like on accident.
Yeah.
Like they fell into it. They were not a good team at all. But in football, that parity is fun. For some reason in the NFL, when you get new teams in and new storylines and the ups and downs and the way the schedule's made, that's a lot of fun. In baseball, there's always wild card things and random stuff that happens. Baseball playoffs are just a wide open beast anyway. You never look at one team and go, absolutely, they're going to dominate.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes the Dodgers go 4 times and don't get it done. You know, it just happens. Bummer, Dodgers.
Nice.
However, in basketball, it seems like more often than not, at least in my lifetime, at the beginning of the year, you could look at like 3 teams, maybe even 2. And more often than not, you'd know those 2 teams are the most likely to either end up in the finals or to be NBA champions.
Yep.
Right? Like we knew it when the Celtics put together their big 3, the Kobe and Shaq years, the Pistons run when they went to back-to-back finals. Like we kind of knew which team, the Warriors year after year, we knew which teams were going to be great. This year, we kind of had that, but because there was so much, I don't know, what would we call it? Load management or resting or health or whatever made up the Western Conference this year that led to so much parity has, I think, actually led to a really sort of dull NBA postseason. We haven't had but 2 series go to Game 7s. Warriors and Kings in Game 1.
Yep.
Celtics and Sixers in the conference semis. Is that right?
Yep.
That ended in absolute blowout of a Game 7. 53 points for Jason Tatum. So we got a cool performance, but the game itself stunk. You had Joel Embiid didn't even play in that entire series. Warriors and Kings was a blast.
Yeah.
That one beginning to end, I think nationwide, and call me biased, whatever. I know everybody here would agree. But I think trying to go unbiased, 30,000-foot view, no other series was as competitive, as entertaining, had drama on and off the court with the Draymond and the fans there and Sabonis, the suspension. They were down 2-0, then they were down coming back, then they had to win Game 7 on the road. Steph goes for 50. It had never happened. I mean, that in and of itself, to me, says that this postseason has been underwhelming, that the best series you've had happened in round 1 between two teams that didn't make it out of round 2.
No, I would agree. I think that was the best series. That was a really fun series. It was close. It went to 7, and it was aesthetically pleasing because both teams like to get up and down and go. So I don't think there's any question. The Boston-Philly series was good because you had the drama, but I think 3 of the games were blowouts.
And we were missing some players, weren't we?
Just flat blowouts.
Embiid was out wasn't Embiid missing the first couple of games of that series? Or am I thinking about, he missed game 1?
No, he missed game 1 because that's when Harden had 45.
That's right.
Harden had the massive
Which was a cool
game.
story.
Yeah, that was, like, there were games in that series that were fun, and it went, the fact that it went 7 and it was Philly and Boston, two teams that had played each other more than any other in the playoffs.
But then it fell flat.
Made it that. Yeah, it wasn't the Kings and the Warriors in my estimation.
And the Warriors ran away with Game 7, too. Not to that extent.
Yeah.
But
so it's been a weird year, right? Because you had a 7 and an 8 in the conference finals. Never happened.
You had a 6 and a 7 in the conference semis in the West.
Exactly. Never happens. You don't see that. And I remember we were talking about that before the playoffs, saying, look, if this is going to be the year you're going to have upsets, this is going to be, like, if you're going to have upsets, this is going to be the year. Because the Warriors underachieved, and we knew what they were capable of. The Lakers had a brand new team, and nobody, myself included, nobody counted on the Heat being here. You just didn't. We knew they were a number 1 seed last year. We know how good a coach Spoelstra is.
I'm taking them to win the finals next year. I think I'm just going to bet them on the opening night to win the finals next year. Because I'll forget that I did it, and then I'll look up, and they'll be like 3-1 in the semis.
And look, it doesn't matter, but I still think if Giannis is there, they don't beat Milwaukee. I still think Milwaukee beats them if Giannis is healthy for the first part of that series.
But then Miami looks at them and goes, we weren't healthy either.
Yeah,
you know
that's true.
We're missing. I'm with you. It's
hero for Giannis isn't a great trade.
It's not an eye for an eye. I'm with you. But nobody's, to your point, nobody feels bad about
it's like an eye for a cuticle.
That's
basically no disrespect to Tyler Hero.
And I'm in with karma.
I'm talking about Giannis.
Yeah, I'm down for an eye for an eye.
We're talking about Giannis.
I shouldn't make fun of you and then get hit by a car. That's not karma.
But then look, the best part about the whole playoffs has been Jokic. Jokic has been incredible. Like, this guy, I knew how good he was for the last couple years. I think I've said many times on this show he's my favorite guy to watch in the NBA.
I think he's quickly
of what he does.
Yeah.
But people are getting a chance to watch him now.
It's a blast.
And he's even better. He's like the better version of Jokic in the playoffs. It's like ridiculous. This guy has elevated his game. Some of the stuff that he's doing, his vision. You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Wayne Gretzky. And that Wayne Gretzky always saw what was coming before anybody else did. That's what he sees. He sees what's coming before it happens. Like, Draymond has some of that. He just doesn't have the talent that Jokic has. But Jokic just sees, like, what's going on? What's happening? What are we doing here? I love the fact that he's not a natural scorer, but can get you 50. He wants to pass. Like, he's more than happy to have 20 assists and, like, 4 points. So totally cool with that. He doesn't need his shots. But if that's what's best for the offense, then that's what he'll do. It's just like an engine. And he is he's like the oil, right? The viscosity, the just
he's the thing that makes it go.
Everything's moving, everything's turning like it should, everything's firing like it should, because he's got his hand on the pulse of everything going on. Murray's been fantastic, and the Blazers have some incredible games.
And I think he's on his way back. I think he's gonna get back next year to what he was on his way doing in the bubble before he tore his ACL last year?
At Chase.
That's right.
Here.
That's right. Yeah.
So they've been fun to watch. They really have been fun to watch.
Yeah, Nuggets have been an absolute blast. We actually have a a soundbite from Jokic following the LeBron comments after the series, saying, he has a lot to think about this offseason. Here's what Jokic had to say.
If he dies.
No, that's Drago.
If he dies.
He's talking retirement, not death, Jokic. I don't think he's checking out for good. Anyway.
Just off the Denver subject for a second. Here's something I will not be doing all offseason. I refuse to do it. I'm not going to sit here and talk LeBron to the Warriors all offseason. That seems to be a topic.
I'd rather talk Draymond to the Kings.
That people are bringing up.
Or excuse me, Draymond to the Lakers.
What if LeBron went to the...
Yeah, what if?
Really? Hey, you're going to give up the whole team? We could give up Wiggins and Poole and Kuminga and everybody else and just let's go ahead and see if this works for a couple years.
But would you take him? Yes. Come on.
For those three?
What? I mean. Okay. So which three did you say?
Poole.
It's the only time we're doing this, by the way. All right. It's the only time we're doing
Wiggins, Kuminga.
Poole, Wiggins, Kuminga. Would you give up those three for LeBron? Yes, in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, I would. I'd do it for KD too, which is what I said last offseason I was down to do.
I'd have to think about it.
Yeah.
Probably I would.
You said
probably would.
Initially, you said no.
I mean, you better win in the next 3 years, though.
It'd be
because if you don't, it's over. It is over at that point. LeBron gone, Steph on the downhill, I think. Certainly Draymond and Clay on the downhill in 3 years.
Yep.
I mean, you're just, at that point, you're toast.
You go Steph, Dre, Clay, LeBron, and then Devin George will be your fifth starter?
Devin George?
You basically do exactly what the Lakers did back in...
Devin George, you going back to the 90s?
Because remember the Lakers when Shaq, Kobe, Gary Payton, Karl Malone,
yes,
and Devin George was the five. And I was always like, which guy doesn't fit?
How'd that go?
Which guy's not? Well, they lost the finals, I think, didn't they, to the Pistons?
Correct.
Chauncey Billups.
Won one game.
4 Hall of Famers.
One game.
I was going to say to none, but Ben Wallace got in.
Yep.
So funny, Ben Wallace is the Hall of Famer of that group.
Yeah, I remember that. Kobe had to hit an incredible shot at the end of game 2.
Yeah.
To I don't know if they wanted it in the regulation or sent it to overtime, and then they won.
I think they went to OT and won. I think you're right. Game, yeah.
And then after that, it was just done.
I love those Pistons.
It was like they were a well-oiled machine, too, against kind of Kobe, Shaq, and mercenaries. Is what it ended up being.
It was. They went on. They got Rasheed Wallace. Rip had been with Washington before, right?
Yep.
Rip Hamilton comes over. Then once he put that mask on, it was like he was a different guy. Once he started wearing that mask, Chauncey, playoff
Chauncey Billups,
insane. Just put his stones on the table. Okay, do you think you talk about sliding doors? What if
Tayshaun Prince?
He was the longest three. Like that guy's right out of Kentucky, right? Yeah, the longest
Tayshaun Prince,
arms,
yes.
Dude, but do you remember? Can you imagine had that team? You talk about sliding doors and what ifs. Had that team not taken Darko Milicic with the number 2 pick,
they could have had Carmelo.
They could have taken or Dwayne Wade or Chris Bosh.
Yep.
Think about one of those guys on that team.
Darko.
You mix in one of those dudes with those 4. Because I think they already had Sheed by that point. And
yes,
Darko Milicic. Yeah, tough deal.
That was the era of how do I put it? Tim getting excited over there.
Yeah, but Derek gave me other directions, so I listen to my boss. So.
I call that the Lemony Snicket's era, a series of unfortunate events.
Series of unfortunate draft.
And it was a series of unfortunate European events because they got all these guys right that they think
everybody thought they were getting Dirk
because you watched him in a workout. You're like, oh, let's go get Skitishvili.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to be incredible. Skitishvili is going to be Darko Milicic is going to be incredible. I mean, I don't know how many guys they drafted super high that were just nothing, absolutely nothing. In the league. But yeah,
all those
I've thought about that before. Carmelo or Dwayne Wade on that team.
Vlad Radmanovic.
Vladdy. He was actually pretty good.
He ended up being a solid player.
I think he got drafted in the 20s, though.
Yeah, he might have been a little bit later.
Yeah.
Warriors in that draft got Petrus, I think, right? In the 03 draft. Ended up Air France.
The French Michael Jordan.
Yeah. That's exactly how he played, too.
Yep,
like if Michael Jordan were from France, that would have been Mikael Petrus. Should have worn the number, too. Something about the conversion. Maybe that's why he wore a different number.
Well, he did something. He was way ahead of his time in stepping out of bounds with the ball. He did that quite a bit. Now it's just everybody does it. Nobody even bats an eye when somebody does it in the NBA.
He was a Trailblazer, says Tim. I was going to say, no, he was drafted by the Warriors.
I still remember one of his defining plays. He was actually a pretty good player. One of his defining plays was the Warriors were up 4 at the end of the game, and somebody went up for a 3-point shot, and he went to challenge it.
No,
I was like, what are you... Oh! No, he didn't foul, and he didn't make the shot, but I'm like, what are you doing?
Brutal!
Why are we challenging that shot? If he makes it, you win by 1, and you're challenging the shot. I had a similar situation. We were up 4 against Chicago when I was playing for Orlando, and we had an inbound play at half court. We had no timeouts, So nobody didn't inbound it to, so I threw it to the deep corner, just kind of a lob pass. Jordan picks it off, and he starts dribbling up court, and he's dribbling right at me. So they're down 4. So I just calmly took 4 steps, went inside the 3-point line.
They're down 4.
Yep. I went inside the 3-point line.
You're not challenging a Jordan.
And just I just stood there.
Let him shoot the 3.
I was like, you can have the 3 if you want. He was trying to get to me, though, so he could jump into me.
Into you and draw the foul.
Yeah, so I just went inside the line. It was like a force field. I'm like, I'm safe now.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Base power, dude.
You're going to do nothing.
Sorry, Mike. Can't stop me.
Yeah. I was like, what? I'm chilling. What are you going to do? You're going to shoot that 3 if you want to, but see this line right here? See the line? You can't go past this line. It's like an evil entity that couldn't go past that line. And I was just standing there laughing, going, you can't do what are you going to do? You're out there? I'm in here.
It's the one time somebody got in Mike's head. It's the one time. Tom Tolbert.
I did. I could see it, too.
It wasn't quite a nice game, Mike.
I could definitely see it in his eyes. Like, damn.
He's a demigod, man.
That guy's one step ahead of me.
He's playing chess. I'm playing checkers.
Chess.
It ain't checkers. That's what Tom said to Michael Jordan, right?
I think he only went for 60 in that game.
That's tough break for Mike. Tough deal, Mike. Bummer. Didn't really work out for you, did it?
Sorry, bro.
Didn't really work out for you.
Sorry, I'm in here.
Or your
You're
Hornets,
out there.
Yeah. How your Hornets doing, Mike? Anyway. Nice little riff on that. We'll talk to Mark Spears about more of this on the underwhelming NBA postseason. Yeah, 925 on the text line says Debs had the French Jordan. Now they have Wiggins, the Maple Jordan. That's right. They're covering all the Jordans except for Jordan himself. Mark Spears joins us on the other side. We can talk a little bit about this series, about what's going to happen with Bob Myers. Still waiting for him to speak as to what his future holds with the Warriors. Maybe we'll get Mark's thought on his favorite European that flamed out. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver joined Murph and Mac this morning to go over the 49ers QB hierarchy. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We do it every Wednesday. Catch up with Mark Spears, ESPN, and Anscape.com. And, Mark, it's nice that we still have a series going on while we talk to you. I know we've got the NBA Finals coming up, but we thought we might have like 9 or 10 straight days of no NBA basketball. Thank God that the Celtics came through in the fourth quarter, man. What's going on?
Yeah, and I'm intrigued by them, man. I mean, no, they have the biggest mountain, Kilimanjaro's to climb, right? But if they play like they played yesterday, they could rattle off a few. It's a lot of few. But I'm keeping an eye on it. Let's just say that. That being said, my plane to Denver's booked. my hotel is booked. And it'll be pretty for the greatest feat in conference finals history. But yesterday showed me a little something, but it's probably too late.
See, I don't agree. I don't think winning 4 in a row is that hard. I mean, he won 3 in a row. Why can't the Celtics win 3 in a row? And then we have a game 7. They actually look like the Celtics yesterday. And more importantly, Mark, is Duncan Robinson, Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, and Caleb Martin didn't hit everything that they threw up there. Like, those 4 guys have been wearing teams out, and they've been wearing the Celtics out, and they're unflappable. They don't play like role players. They're just like, they're killing them. Like, all 4 of them are killing them. And yesterday, they couldn't make it. They couldn't make the shots they normally make. Those are the type of guys, Mark, I think, as if the Celtics win Game 5 and they go back for Game 6 in Miami, those are the guys I wonder if they're going to be able to shoot those shots with the same confidence they shot them early in the series. Because now you're going to be looking at 3-2 and thinking, oh my gosh, nobody's ever lost 3-0. And if we lose this one, then we're going to go back to Boston for Game 7. So I actually give the Celtics not a great chance. I mean, Miami's favored, and rightfully so, but I don't know. We'll see. I think if Miami loses this one, it goes 7. I don't think they'll win Game 6.
Yeah, no, I mean, and these Celtics are they're capable of beating Denver too. As great as Denver looks. I mean, like it was just really stunning to me. And Tom, it's like I always feel like too much blame is given to coaches when things are bad.
Always.
And too much credit is given to coaches when things are great.
Always.
So I'm like watching this, and it's like, oh man, it's Joe Mazzulla's fault. Joe Mazzulla ain't out there playing. Yeah, there were some things he could have done differently in terms of guarding Jimmy Butler. Probably should have double teamed him. I get all that. But come on, man. You're in the Eastern Conference Finals. You've been playing all year to get back in the finals. Like, what kind of Newt Rockne speech does he have to do at this point?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, come on.
You know how it is, though, Mark. People always say, and it always happens more in the playoffs. That's why social media is always bad, but it's even worse during the playoffs because everybody thinks they have the answers. Got out-coached, the referees are screwing us. Terrible refs, terrible coaching. It can't be the players' fault. And I'm like, look, the players play. Now, could Mazzulla have attacked the zone better in some of those games? Absolutely. Could he have called a timeout quicker and got things organized a little bit better? Absolutely. But it's the players that are missing all those shots. But I love it when people say, oh, he got out-coached. And I go, well, how?
His MVP was scoreless in the fourth quarter for like a week.
Exactly how did he get out-coached? I want you to break it down for me. Tell me what you would have done, and tell me specifically how he got out-coached. Because nobody ever says that. They just say he got out-coached because it's so nebulous, like nobody ever asked that question. So I don't buy into that whatsoever. I think the Miami Heat players, other than Butler and Bam, who've been great, have played with irrational confidence, they like to call it. Like, they've been fantastic all playoff long, and they're open. They don't miss. They don't turn it over. They make the right plays. And look, let's be honest. We're talking about undrafted guys here who are pretty good NBA players, but you look at their numbers. All their numbers are better during the postseason than they were during the regular season, and you don't usually get that with role players, right? You don't. Yet they're able to do it, and not just 1-2 guys, like 3 or 4 guys are able to do it. I mean, it's been pretty stunning.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny to your point, like what other people are thinking. Don't ask me why I saw this, but I'm wasting time on Twitter, and this lady, a rapper by the name, I don't even know if she's a rapper, Young Miami, right? I think she's a rapper. She's like, the refs were terrible. And then the next sentence was, but I didn't even see the game.
But I didn't even see the game?
I didn't see the game. They're awful.
Is it Young YUNG or no?
That makes perfect sense, actually. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, he said, the refs were terrible last night. I didn't watch the game, but the refs were terrible.
She was like sitting courtside. She was the one like Jimmy Butler was like, people were saying he was flirting with her going over to pick up the ball. Yeah. So she was there, but she wasn't watching the game.
I guess she wasn't at the game last night.
Oh, okay.
It's just, it's too much.
It's just like social media, like you said. I saw Joker isn't on social media at all, and I'm like, you know what, good for him.
Good for him. He's better off for it. Speaking of Joker,
social media, he might not even know.
Is Malone kind of? To me, he's kind of going overboard.
He got out-coached.
I know what Malone is doing, backing Jokic, but he's kind of going overboard here. Like I know some people wanted to see him prove it, but I mean, I think most people have given him his due. Like, he's a great player. I think we all know he's a great player. The fact that he's raised all his numbers during the postseason is pretty amazing since they're all great anyway. But I almost feel like Malone's overdoing it a little bit. Like, oh, none of you guys really. You give him his flowers. Give him his respect. This guy's a great player. Yeah, I know. He's won 2 MVPs. Most people know he's a great player.
Yeah, he sounded like a fan, you know.
Yes.
But, you know, like I've done a lot of talking to, you know, interviews in Denver and whatnot, and they're crying like Malone. I'm like, what are you guys mad about? What are you so mad about? But here's where I think Joker gets a lot of attention. Joker doesn't want a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And that challenge with us national media guys is he just doesn't do interviews. He doesn't really engage. He's not interested in sit-downs. You don't see him in any commercials. You look at his jersey sales, he's not a top 5 jersey seller. Why? All the other greats are up there. Why isn't he up there? I just think that nobody really knows his story.
Yeah,
he has some horses. His brothers are gigantic. Like, that's really all you know. He's not. No one's really been able to dig deep with him, and that's his prerogative. He doesn't have to do anything with us. But don't complain about the lack of attention for him if he doesn't want to do interviews and he doesn't want the attention, you know. And so now coming into the finals, he'll have no choice. He'll have to sit down with ESPN and ABC. He'll have to be available every day. And I think people will find out that he's a really funny guy, really interesting. He just, you know, like I talked to one of the Nuggets owners the other day, and they're like, yeah, it's because we're in a small market. I'm like, small market doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Like, if you got a great player, the market doesn't matter. It didn't matter for LeBron. It didn't matter for Melo when he was in Denver. Like, so why should it matter for this guy? And I just think that, you know, when it goes to this. This is why Raymond Ritter is a genius, is because he is able to convince his players to use the media to promote their brand. Like, he got Andrew Wiggins voted into the All-Star game because of the Chinese vote.
Yeah, that's wild.
Andrew a couple of interviews in China, and he got to be an All-Star starter. Give Ray a raise. Like, he is amazing at his job. You know, all his players get promoted. He's fantastic at it. And it's a long answer to say, if they really want Joker to get loved, he has to give a little.
Yeah, he has to play the game.
Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line, you said give Raymond Ritter a raise. They might have extra funds in the front office, depending on what happens with Bob Myers here. How you feeling this week? We haven't heard from Bob Myers yet. We thought we might this week. I guess we may still. But what are you hearing? Have you heard anything? Have your feelings about, I don't know, I think when we talked to you last, we were saying 50-50 or 51-49, but we were all just kind of, the writing on the wall sounds like he's on his way out, but nothing concrete yet.
You know what? I did hear that he's been doing some due diligence, which tells me that doesn't mean he's necessarily on his way out, that he's contemplating the situation. I think if I'm the Warriors, I probably change the job to give him less responsibility and only give him the major responsibilities. Take some things away where maybe he's not getting that call at 2 a.m., where he's not addressing everything. Just make the job less stressful for him, if such is possible. Because I know that family is really, really important to him, and you hear about how they would like to be in L.A. Well, shoot, let them live in L.A. Get a condo over by Chase Center and come up when you need to. Just perhaps that's. I know the money appears to be there by Joe Lacob and everyone else. So if there's some other things that, if they want, assuming they want to keep him to make him more comfortable, then do the other thing.
I'll only ask you this because it was brought up today, and I don't want to. I already told Copes this is not going to be an ongoing thing throughout the offseason because everybody loves names. LeBron to the Warriors. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Ain't he retired?
Nope. Not that we know of.
He said he contemplated retiring, right?
That ain't happening.
That's not what he said. He said he has a lot of stuff to think about.
You and I both know that's not happening.
He hasn't planned a goodbye tour yet, bro. He's not leaving without one of those. Come on.
Not leaving.
Mom, the Lakers, I ain't sending him nowhere. You're making way too much money with him in uniform. You're going to play that contract out.
We got jerseys to sell. Yeah.
He has no trade clause in it, right? I'll see you next season, bro. If you want to continue playing, I'll let you know what day trading camp starts.
Okay. That'll be enough for the offseason then of LeBron to the Warriors. What do you think they do?
In other words, I don't see that.
Yeah, neither do I. What's the most likely thing in your mind to happen? Run it back, same crew, or try and trade a few pieces and get some new people and get some new guys in here? What do you think is the most likely scenario for this team? And if they do go the option B, who are the most likeliest guys to not be on this team next year?
Yeah, when I was in Chicago, I got a lot of questions about Jordan Poole. Mm-hmm. I wonder if maybe, not saying that I heard he was on the hot seat or that they were pushing him out, but that name naturally just comes up. And, I really was impressed with Moses Moody in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And ability to play on both ends, his ability to fit into his role. And, perhaps there's a team out there that could use scoring like Jordan Poole offers, and maybe there's a draft deal to be done that could give the Warriors a first-round pick in exchange for him and some salary cap space. Because that was a ton of money. I don't know if anybody else wants to take that money, but I can't see Draymond going anywhere. I can't see Clay going on anywhere. So if you got to save some money and you got somebody like Moses Moody, to me that seems like the most likely place to try. But I think what needs to happen is I'm watching the Nuggets. I'm in the Nuggets locker room, right?
Okay.
And I'm seeing guys like Reggie Jackson don't even play for them.
No.
He don't play.
Nope.
What greater job did Calvin Booth do? You got Reggie Jackson is just like a shiny toy in your garage, right? DeAndre Jordan, I think he could have helped the Warriors. If you know what I mean, like. And to me, if there is a knock on Bob, it's just like he didn't have any size. You know, when they won championships in the past, it's like the Warriors did a great job of not wasting roster spots. They were basically down 4 roster spots in the playoffs. Rollins out, right? Iguodala never played. PBJ never played. What was the point of signing Jeremy Lamb if he's not going to play?
Yeah.
Like that could have those were 4 roster spots that could have. I think I saw somewhere where staff was interested in getting to Marcus. You know, like to me, the lack of size hurt. The lack of depth hurt. Not using Kuminga is still confusing to me. But you know, when I look at Denver's roster, everybody can help. Everybody can make an impact. Everybody knows their role, too. Like, I talked to Reggie Jackson after the game for a while the other day, and if he was upset about not playing, I couldn't tell. He was so happy about making the final.
That's amazing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he was so happy, understandably so, about making the finals. Yeah, he'd like to play, but, like, we're good. Hopefully I'll get a chance.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm like, they are a good team. They understand their roles. And then it's like, when you have so many young guys trying to prove themselves, prove the contract that they have and prove the contract that, you know, they don't have, as in the case of Poole and Kuminga, like, it's kind of hard to, like, just fit in and not be selfish.
Hey, before we run, let me ask you this. I just thought of it.
By the way,
yeah,
interesting thing just happened. The Clippers GM, this is via Woj, Michael Winger, has agreed to become the president of the Wizards.
What does that mean?
Clippers general manager is now the president of the Wizards. He's taking that job.
Yeah. That means that job is open, but
well, yeah, I get that.
President.
I understand how I understand how job openings work, but what does that?
No, but what
does that mean for the Clippers dynamic?
Bob, L.A.
He's talking about Bob.
Ooh. Okay, light bulb just went off.
Is Jerry still down there?
Really? You
think Jerry West still with the Clippers?
Yeah, no. Well, Lawrence Frank is still president of the Clippers.
Right.
Yep.
But their GM job just opened up.
I'm asking, is Jerry West still working with the Clippers? Is he still an associate down there? Advisor?
He's Al Adels.
I love Al. God, I love Al. Bob ain't going to be a GM under Lawrence Frank.
No, I know, but it's just put it in the back of your mind.
Okay.
Maybe Bob will get the president job and he'll hire Lawrence Frank as a GM. He'll just place Bob above him. They're like, no, Frank, you're stepping down. Bob's in now. You're in charge.
I'm confused.
Yeah,
now.
I don't know.
I'm so
I don't
confused.
know. Well, it's just not Maury.
All right, let me ask you this before you go. If you asked all the GMs, I'm asking you to speak for every GM. If you could draft one player right now for next year to start your franchise with next year, or you could draft one player for you got to take into consideration his age to build your franchise around. Is that Jokic? Is he both those guys? Is there anybody else out there someone would take ahead of this guy right now?
Victor Wembanyama.
For next year? Well, maybe for the future. Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about it. All right, you got to be in the league right now. Let me set the parameters.
Yeah. You know, before this season, I would have said KD.
Giannis?
I might take Giannis over.
I might go Giannis both. I might do both. That's a good for this year
Would you?
and for the. You got him for a decade, man.
It's a great argument.
Hey, Embiid was. I know Embiid crashed and burned, but he had a pretty amazing season.
No, I love Embiid.
I don't buy the hell.
This is not a knock on Embiid. It's just I'd rather have Jokic than
me
Embiid.
Too. So would I.
No, I get it.
Tatum's in there.
So I don't know if there's a wrong answer.
Yeah, if I get stuck with Embiid, I'm okay.
But I will say this. Jamal Murray didn't get enough love for what he did in the Western Conference Finals.
He's been fantastic.
Like, it should have got. He needs to get more he told me in the interview I did with him that he's not getting enough respect, and I agree. But he's pretty amazing too. They got a very unstoppable 1-2 punch when he's healthy.
There is no doubt about it. And I'll tell you what, here's the one thing that I love about Jokic and Giannis. They're straight team guys. Straight superstars who are team guys. And, boy, it's hard to find that. But when you find it, you better hold on to it for all the years you can, because those guys don't come around all the time.
Yeah, and Joker actually gave a shout-out to the Nuggets equipment manager, Sparky Gonzalez, who's been there since, 77.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Yeah.
Not out of character at all. All right, we'll talk to you next week. Have safe travels and hopefully get a couple more games.
So when I talk to y'all next week, it'll be game 1.
That's right. It will be, won't it?
Yeah.
Nice. I know you're rooting for Miami, so you can go down to South Beach.
I don't know right now. Miami doesn't seem like too black friendly. So as weird as it sounds, I might go to Boston.
Wow. Says a lot about Miami.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
They got a governor there that doesn't seem to be.
You meant Florida. You said Miami. You meant Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. That's Derek's. That's Derek's town. So.
NAACP told me not to go, but I'll go for work.
All right, dude.
Travel restrictions.
That's Boston. Yeah.
Have safe travels, Mark.
Times have changed where Boston is now more safe than Florida, baby.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Mark.
See you, Mark.
The life of a black man, baby.
Copes may know something about that.
So foreign to me.
Yeah. What do you know about that, Copes?
So foreign to me.
What do you know?
I was going to say, it's not that black and white, except on Tolbert and Copes, it is. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert hanging out with you. Hanging out on a Wednesday afternoon. I actually got in trouble one time in high school. We were doing I forget which book we were reading, and we had to pick a whole theme thing about race, and I chose that as my song.
Did you really?
Yeah, my teacher did not find it amusing.
Did she didn't? Oh, no sense of humor right there.
He was a great teacher, too. Big Jets fan, big Mets fan, dude from New York. But
angry New York fan. There you go. No sense of humor.
Didn't appreciate me poking fun at race with Ebony and Ivory. I thought it was pretty good. And it's still playing today on Tolbert and Copes. So we're going to catch up with Farhan Zaidi at 4:50. On the other side, though, let you know what Kyle Harrison did yesterday, his best outing of the season. What does Farhan need to see from this kid before we see him in the big league rotation? We'll tell you about what he did last night in Sacramento against the OKC Dodgers. And then, nice big NBA grab bag coming your way. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. After getting back to 500 last night, the Giants lose the finale to the Twins 7-1 today in Minnesota. They hit the road for a 4-game series in Milwaukee starting tomorrow. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction, which is where I had my LASIK vision surgery done about 2 years ago. I always think about it this time of year because it's when allergies get bad, hay fever gets bad. Worst part for me about corrective lenses was dealing with the contacts. I didn't mind the glasses so much, but waking up in the morning, especially this time of year, your eyes get puffy, you're dealing with the pollen. Got to put them in, got to take them out. They get dried out. It's an irritating thing to deal with. Takes time in the morning and at night. You just want to get your day going and you want to get to bed. You can improve that as well as other aspects in your life. Maybe it's playing golf, driving. Get rid of your corrective lenses by booking a free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. Dr. Michael Furlong, Dr. Sane are fantastic. They've yet again been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. It's because they use the best FDA advanced, the most advanced FDA approved technology. They're your eyes. Go with the best in the business and the best technology. Gotta love their motto, your vision is our focus. Again, book that free LASIK consultation now. And if you have LASIK by June 30, you can save up to $800. Furlongvision.com or call 408-453-5600. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
The pitch swung on and missed, and Kyle Harrison picks up his first strikeout. The pitch is swung on and missed, and there is that devastating slider down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and a pitch is strike 3 called. He rung him up with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. The pitch and a swing and a miss, and Luke Williams becomes the 8th strikeout victim. That pitch is going to be strike 3 called, the 9th strikeout for Kyle Harrison.
Kyle Harrison, stud lefty for the Giants, his best outing of the year last night. He goes 4 innings, faces 15 batters, strikes out 9. So we talked about this last week, and we'll talk to Farhan about it a little bit later when he catches up with us. Actually, in about 15 minutes at 4:50, we'll talk to Farhan. Kyle Harrison's outings this year: 2 innings, 2/3 of an inning, 3 1/3, 3, 3, 3 2/3, 4, 3 2/3, 3 1/3, 4. So clearly they're keeping these guys on a pitch count. They're keeping them sort of in a tight window. I sort of mischaracterized the other day when I said he hasn't gotten out of the 4th. That's not really true. What has happened is he struggled with his walks. It's not that he's struggling throwing strikes, because his strikeout numbers 4, 1, 2, 5, 8, 7, 7, 8, 5, 9 last night. On the season, 56 strikeouts in 30 2/3 innings of work, but 28 walks is not all that great. He's only given up 2 homers. He's really just had 1 or 2 bad outings where he's given up a handful of runs, and that's inflated his ERA, and he's not getting to go 6 or 7. So we'll talk to Farhan about what the plan is for him, and if he were to come up, who ends up being the odd man out? I mean, you've kind of got a few guys who are doing what he does already and giving you 4 innings here, 4 innings there. Alex Wood does that for you. Shalmanaya does that. What does Kyle Harrison help, and where do they plug him in? What do they expect from him if he ends up in the big league rotation? Is he a starter from inning 1 on, or is he a guy you sort of nurse a little bit, kind of like they did with Sling and Sammy Long a couple of years ago? We'll talk about that with Farhan at 4:50, but first, a nice big juicy NBA grab bag coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes, NBA grab bag next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, tell everybody today about the ERC.
Hi, Adam. And this is something I'm so concerned with. We've been talking about. This was a client that I spoke to just yesterday, and he didn't qualify on the drop in gross revenue method, but he did qualify on the other method. And his accountant said, no, you don't. And I said, yes, you do. He said, prove it to me. So I sent him off the IRS publication that said you could do what I said. And then we had a phone call yesterday. And the IRS, the accountant went ahead, looked at it, and I said, well, what about this? You know what the accountant's response was to me? And I quote, oh. Now, I don't mean to pick on CPAs, because as you know, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney. But this is a one-time, once-in-a-lifetime deal that most CPAs, or a lot of CPAs I've spoken to, just didn't get into. This was a matter of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if you've been turned down for ERC because you were told your gross revenue didn't go down enough, you may qualify under another method. Not everybody does, but a lot of people do. Call us for a second opinion, and if you qualify, you'll get just as much money as if you qualified under the first criteria.
Thanks so much, Steve. Make sure Steve Moskowitz handles it for you. 888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so those you who are tuning on the video stream, I'm sure many of you who are watching on the live stream on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube, you might have thought you actually see the big sack we have that says NBA grab bag. The big sack, you know, the NBA grab bag potato sack thing that comes in the mail.
Grab bag.
By the way, keep that in mind because
secrets about Derek again.
That may show, dude. Yeah, the big sack. That may pop up again in the NBA grab bag.
What?
Derek,
what happened?
It's not the NBA grab sack. It's
on
the NBA
after
grab
pun.
A lot of play on words here. It's a whole union thing we're trying to work out before we can get the actual bag into the studio here. It's a lot of legal rigmarole. So once we work through that legal tape, you'll actually get to see the bag itself on camera. Till then, I'll just tell you what I pulled out of the NBA grab bag earlier. We start, where else would we start? The NBA, Tom. It's the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Adrian Wojnarowski reporting the Phoenix Suns have narrowed down their coaching search to Nick Nurse and Doc Rivers. How about that? Which is also interesting because Nick Nurse then pops up as another team's finalist.
Bucks?
They've narrowed it down to Nick Nurse, Doc Rivers, Kings assistant Jordy Fernandez, and a Suns assistant Kevin Young. The Bucks have narrowed it down to Nick Nurse, Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson, and Nick Nurse's former assistant, Raptors assistant Adrian Griffin. It's interesting when two teams are like, yeah, we've narrowed it down to this guy and others. Well, whichever guy decides, it's sort of like when the Warriors and Knicks both wanted Steve Kerr.
Yes.
But Steve was seeming like he was going to go to New York, right? Wasn't that the
Well, yeah, because Phil Jackson connection.
And
but
he was the president at the time.
He got to make up. He got to make his mind up on where he wanted to go. I wonder if that's going to be Nick Nurse. I wonder if both teams are going to say, like, you're our number one guy. You got to make a choice.
Was that Steve's situation where they said, you're our guy, and now you pick? Where do you?
Absolutely.
The offer's right here. Take it or leave it.
The Knicks were the first ones because of Phil Jackson connection. And then if you remember, at the time, the Warriors were set on hiring Stan Van Gundy.
I love when the music kicks back up. It's like it puttered out and then we're like, oh,
I feel like we're at a carnival.
Yeah, I know, I
which
like
is
it.
incredible. Yeah. So Stan Van Gundy was going to interview here, but then the Pistons offered him the president's job too. He wanted that here.
Right.
Whereas like, no. And it happened here. So then he goes to Detroit.
It's kind of like when Jordan's mom is like, you better give him a cut of every shoe.
Correct. That was a real good decision by Nike.
Yeah.
So then it became, okay, the Warriors interviewing Steve and then Steve having to decide. I thought I thought he was leaning Knicks just because Phil Jackson, but I remember talking to him before. I go, dude, much better team. And it's in California. Your family's out here. You're going to be back there by yourself, and you're going to be miserable.
Steve Kerr.
And they end up going here. So, no, he doesn't wish he was with the Knicks. So, yeah, but I don't know. Like, I don't know, is Nick Nurse Phoenix's number one option? Are they Milwaukee's number one option? Because it's if it's me.
Pretty good options. I'm taking Milwaukee.
Easy. I wouldn't even think twice.
By the way, nice
about it.
Solid consolation.
Wouldn't think twice
Phoenix.
About it.
Yeah.
Don't
you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Nobody knows about Ishbia, what kind of owner he's going to be.
Don't you regret not signing Nick?
And they got
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Like, they have stuff to do to make themselves a championship contender.
Yeah.
They can do it. Milwaukee,
they're right there.
They don't have anything
to do.
They should
be there now.
They might do some things. Brooke Lopez, I think they got to figure out what they want to do with Brooke Lopez. But, look, you got Giannis. Middleton, I think, will be better next year than this year, coming off the injury. Holiday is an absolute stud. Portis was really good. That team's just really good. So, to me, that would be easy. Now, What does Phoenix have going for it? A little bit better weather. Phoenix weather is a little bit better. If you like playing golf during the winter, Phoenix may be your choice. But for basketball, Milwaukee all day. That's the one job that's out there right now. I'm like, boom, Milwaukee, I'm good. Sign me up.
Be interesting. Kenny Atkinson already a finalist there. We'll see what his decision is as we move on here in the
NBA grab bag.
To the NFL here in the NBA grab bag. NFL rule change. What? Check out this new rule change.
One NBA.
It's the NBA grab bag.
One NBA item.
What more do you want? We gave you what you we gave you what you came for, okay? Now we're moving on to the NFL. There's now a new fair catch rule for the third time in the last 13 years, at least the third time. The NFL has decided they're going to change the kickoff rule. It's the fair catch rule that's going to be affected. Any fair catch that is made between the 25-yard line and the back of the end zone will now place the ball at the 25-yard line.
It's a college rule.
It's a college rule. The NFL's hope is to, and they still say, concussions occur on kickoffs more than any other play. They're at 38%. They're trying to get it down to 31% of injuries on kickoffs.
You know, I'm going to go against the grain here. I am. Just hear me out for this one. I'm going to go against the grain.
This never happens.
I think the I think the NFL needs more concussions.
Yeah. You're saying we were in a sweet spot at some point and then we blew past it. We jumped the shark.
I think we've gone.
Tom?
I think we've gone a little too soft.
Anyway, KNBR, which year's rules would we stop at?
I think it's more like flag football than anything. And I think the only way we'll be able to know is if I want more concussions, I want more artificial turf. And I don't want the helmets to be as technologically as sound as they are. I want them to be a little thinner. And
they're in next gen stats. We don't need to know how hard they're getting hit.
Yeah, no. I want to see more of dragging guys off the field, and they go, "What day is it?" And they go 4. I need more of that in the NFL.
What day is it?
I need more concussions. I don't want less concussions. Everybody keeps saying they want less concussions. I'm tired of being on the bandwagon there. So I'm going counterculture on this one.
Tom's making a sequel to the Will Smith movie.
Give me more concussion.
Concussion 2. Return of the concussion, dude.
Give me more concussion.
Concussion 2.
That's what I want.
3 or 4, or I'm not sure how many you're holding up. Yeah.
I can care less about the kickoff. If they just put it at the 25, I'll be happy with that. I don't care.
Concussion 2, still concussed. Moving on here in the NBA.
More concussed.
NBA grab bag.
How about this one? This popped up yesterday. I heard Papa Lund talking about it. Remember Jimmy Garoppolo signed in Vegas and they gave him the lifetime supply of hookers.
Porn, yes. There was 2 girls for sure.
It was it was like the Bunny Ranch type place. It was offering him free angels for life or whatever.
I think you're going to say free anal.
Yeah, well, that too. It's included. It's included in the package.
Nice.
How about this one? Carmelo Anthony announces his retirement, and then he gets offered a 1-year $250,000 contract from Cam Soda. Cam Soda adult website.
Cam Soda.
They wrote a statement that says, "Dear Carmelo Anthony, congratulations on your retirement." Stop, dude. We're grateful for everything you accomplished on the hardwood. Now that you have some free time, I'd like to extend you an offer to serve as our quote, CBO, Tom, the Chief Ball Officer.
Oh, nice.
At Camp Soda. I thought Derek had that title. An adult entertainment webcam site. During your illustrious 19-year career, you banged down low. You went straight to the hole. You penetrated up the middle.
Yep.
You had some of the best ball handling skills in the league. Safe to say.
That's not true.
No, that's not true. Safe to say you know a ball, and a ball don't lie.
No. Give it to me, Big Daddy.
As CBO, you'd spearhead model recruitment. Oh, boy, Carmelo. Yeah, you're in. You're good. We'd also like to have you consult on here's the kicker, Tom, a banana boat scene that we're going to film this summer. In return of serving for CBO's 1 year, we'll give you $250,000. Get back to me at your earliest convenience so we can chat more about the role. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Darren Parker, Vice President of Cam Soda. Interesting offer. It's. I can't imagine any reason you'd turn that down.
Well, I thought for sure they were going to say you're one of the best players in the hardwood. They
did.
Let's make your wood hard.
Okay.
I thought that's the way they would. I mean, come on, that's just natural. That's natural. That just makes sense. Now, instead of the $250,000, can you get $500,000 in sexual credits?
Yeah.
Do one of those Bunny Ranch type deals.
Can I get a lump sum? Can I
get a menu for that? Ooh, that one's 7,000 credits. That seems a little pricey for that one.
Do I have to take a lump sum, or can I get $25,000 a year for a decade?
Oh, they'll give you a lump sum. They'll give you a lump and a sum.
That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag. Chief Ball Officer.
Nudie movie.
CEO, CFOs, CBO is a new one. Yeah.
Oh,
nudie movie.
Yeah, chase him up, shoot him up, nudie movies like Tom loves. On the other side, Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations.
NBA grab
Thank
We'll
you,
put the
Shannon.
wheels back on after an NBA grab bag. Giants win 2 of 3 in Minnesota. They've won 3 consecutive series. They're a game under 500, playing good ball. Farhan Zaidi next on the Sports League.
All hell concussions.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and predicted when we could see Kyle Harrison called up to the big leagues. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody. Oh, boy. I am here. Mr. T here.
What?
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel right now. For Xfinity. Summer is just around the corner. Does that mean we're getting more sun? I'm assuming we're getting more sun, aren't we? Like no more rain? I don't want any more rain. I just want summer. But you know what you get with summer? More people. Kids are in the house. Friends are over. That means more devices are churning, whether they're phones, tablets, laptops. Who knows? Maybe they're on your desktop. Who knows? Who knows what the crazy kids are doing? All I know is you got a lot of people in the house, and everyone wants to be taken care of. That's why Xfinity 10G. Oh, you have power to burn, not just for the kids that are coming over and your kids that are in the house, or people that are working or gaming from home, or people that are schooling from home. You want to take care of everybody. You got a party 10 times that many people. Everybody be taken care of. No worries whatsoever. Power to burn and no lag. No one likes a lagger. What do we got here? A bunch of laggers. We don't want laggers. We don't want lagging with our Wi-Fi. And when you have Xfinity and you have 10G, you're good to go. No whining, no lagging. It's all good. You can cruise to your summer. You go get your sun, lay out, grab a 4 o'clock beer. Yeah, party time. Let's go. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store. There you go. Go by and ask them. They'll let you know the details on what's going on. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates applied. Internet services, actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def. You love speed to burn. You love reliability. You love 10G. You will love Xfinity.
behind the orange and black.
Check out the big brain on it.
And now he brings his mind to our mic. This is the Giants Executive Show with President of Baseball Ops, Farhan Zaidi.
Sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Visit them today at redwoodcu.org. And by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Time for our bi-weekly visit with the president of baseball ops, Farhan Zaidi. Hello, Farhan. How are you?
Hey, Farhan.
Hey guys, how are you doing? I have to say, I was I'm at home in the Bay Area, going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame event tomorrow night, where Buster's getting inducted. And so, watching the game, and by the time we left our 10th runner on base and made our third error, I was like, oh, that's right. It's KNBR Day. That explains what's going on in this game. So I figured it out.
See, here's what I thought. I have a theory on that. Theory was that since the last time we talked to you, we talked about the strikeouts. We talked about the I won't say inability to score without the home run, but the struggles to score, the bullpen, the unearned runs. You guys cleaned that up. You guys cleaned that up over the last week and a half and played some really good ball.
It's a different ball club.
And then instead of sprinkling it throughout the week, you just decided to throw it all into 3 innings today and say, you know what? Let's throw it in the trash. Let's get it done in 3 innings. And we'll move on to next game. That's my theory anyway.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that was definitely one of those ones you just shower off, and you probably got to stay under the shower head for an extra minute or two. So we've been playing great baseball, and those games are going to happen. So, on to Milwaukee. Looking forward to that series. What's
the one thing? Because I've mentioned the strikeouts and the bullpen and the defense. Those are the 3 things that I mentioned that you guys cleaned them up real nice over the last week and a half. What's the biggest thing in that? The ability to score without the home run, the bullpen, which has been fantastic, or just cleaning up the defense and making teams earn what they get?
Yeah, I mean, they're also important. I'm actually going to go with the bullpen, just because, we led the league in bullpen ERA in 21. That was a big part of our success. Scuffled some last year, got off to a bit of a rough start this year, and for those guys to get on the roll, they've gotten so many big outs. We've won a bunch of close games in this stretch. That's just a huge momentum builder for the club. And when you are in a game late, you just feel like your bullpen's going to win it for you. And we've won a couple games late. I think not just because of their performance, but because of the confidence the whole team has in those guys at the end of the game.
Well, I think we're seeing guys in some roles that early on in the season, Junis has thrown some late innings. I think have been nice. Taylor Rogers has been fantastic. Tyler Rogers has been good, and Camilo Doval's been fantastic. Struck out the side for his 13th save yesterday. I really do, man. It does seem like there's a different kind of vibe or tone around the team. Like things are kind of locking in and clicking. And I think when we talked to you, it might have been 3 weeks ago now, we were saying there was about a 4, 5, 6 day stretch there where you guys had gotten healthy. It's before Casey Schmidt came up. But really, since he came up, Conforto got hot. Patrick Bailey's looked really good defensively behind the plate. I want to talk to you about him as well. But it just sort of seems like things are stabilizing and guys are falling into a routine or some roles, and it makes the team feel like they can compete because we know what guys' roles are day to day. And it seems like something that they're building on. 7-2, 3 consecutive series wins. That's a good thing to build on here on the road.
Yeah, I think it's given us a lot of stability. Casey's been obviously a huge shot in the arm. I think one of the underrated benefits of bringing him up, we have over the last couple of years had a couple more kind of corner infield first base DH types on the roster, and we still have. But we had Darren Ruff, who did a nice job for us, who's signed with the Brewers now as a kind of right-handed bat. And when we brought up Casey, it was sort of in that roster spot. And when you go from having a full-time DH to a guy who can play anywhere in the infield and give you great defense, it's given us the chance to give Thyro a few DH days, give J.D. Davis a few DH days, and I think that's just helped a ton keeping guys fresh because we're in a stretch where we're playing a lot of games, a couple long road trips, and even that, you can have the same lineup and just be rotating the DH spot to get guys off their feet, so I think that's helped a ton.
I thought there wasn't a lot of bright spots in today's game, obviously, but I thought that was a really nice at-bat by him. Yeah. 2-strike, went to the right side, drove the runner in. I just thought, you know what, in not taking much out of that game, that's something I would say you could build on, but he doesn't really need to build off it the way he's come up and played. But that was just a really nice sign that even in a 2-strike count, he's calm enough to see the pitch and go the other way with it instead of lunging at it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, as the book starts developing on you, once you've been around the league once, showing the ability to do different things, just helps keep the opponents guessing and not really lock in a game plan against you. So for Casey, he's shown the ability to hit balls hard to the pull side when he gets pitched in. That pitch was off the plate, and to be able to go the other way with it, that maybe that gets him more pitches inside that he can drive. So I agree. It was a really nice job, really good piece of situational hitting, which we've done a much better job of in this stretch.
Talking to Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations on the UMA guest line. So Patrick Bailey comes up, and like within a week or 10 days of Casey Schmidt coming up, and here's another guy who we've been hearing about and we were excited to see, and he's already made an impact. He looks like a great receiver behind the plate. I might be biased because I just love any guy with the old school mask. It makes me think Benito Santiago. So I just like a dude on a knee down there with the old school mask. Makes me think Benny. But what's the future hold for this guy? I mean, was he called up with the intention that he could be the everyday guy? I know Joey Bart is working his way back, and we'd seen some pretty good flashes from him already early in the season. But I get the impression he was brought up to be here to help this team, and he's already doing so.
Yeah, we'll see. He's obviously made a great impression. I mean, behind the plate, he has such great hands. I mean, he's so good at stealing those strikes while not really looking like he's trying to do it. I mean, there have been some of these calls that he's gotten over this past week where I'm kind of just laughing to myself, and you feel like you stole a cookie from the cookie jar with some of the strikes he's able to get us. So that's been great. The at-bats have been really good. He's had his first couple starts were against lefties. He's historically weaker from the right side, but did a really nice job there. So yeah, as far as what the future holds, we'll see. A lot can happen by the time Joey's back. But, when you come up, we've talked about this with young players. If you can hold your own defensively, that's something you can bring to the park every day, especially at the catcher position. And then the offense is just a bonus. So he's really done a phenomenal job behind the plate. Had the day off today after starting 4 games in a row. He'll be back there tomorrow, and he's been a huge boost, no question.
Yeah, and I think you had kind of said that to us maybe the last time we talked, right before Casey had come up. You had said, a guy who's defensive like that doesn't take a day off, and you don't need that to reach the big league level. Like, I guess what I'm saying here is even if his bat wasn't playing, he could help you enough that he could spell you defensively, and Casey's come up and done a great job. And Patrick Bailey's done a nice job at the plate as well. You were talking about him stealing strikes in his receiving. I think that's something for the casual fan or for any fan. It's a tough thing to evaluate. Tom talks so much about developing big men and centers in the NBA. I kind of feel like it's comparable to catchers at the major league level or in the minors trying to get him up here. Have you talked to Buster about what he does well, or has Buster chimed in at all, or what's the evaluation on why he is such a good strike stealer? Because I think even through his first handful of games, he was like leading the majors in that small sample size at 4% stolen strike rate. I mean, that's a huge asset for starters to have.
Yeah, I was texting back and forth with Buster the other day, and a big topic of conversation was Bailey and just how impressed Buster's been with him. I was sharing information from our coaches and pitching staff, how well he's adapted. And, Buster was just a great athlete, a natural receiver, and had really soft hands back there. And Buster can be a little bit cynical of some of the stats that, have come online in the last 5-10 years. So he didn't really look at the framing numbers. He was just really, really good at it,
right?
And the fact is a lot of guys now coming up through the system, they're constantly given feedback, reports on their framing, and it's something that they work on more diligently, but there's really just no substitute for soft hands. Now, both of our guys, Joey Bart and Blake Sable, are both, depending on which numbers you're looking at, kind of top 15 catchers, in the major leagues in terms of their framing. So, regardless of what it looks like, that's where it's important to be disciplined and make sure you're looking at the bottom 9 numbers. It's particularly impressive with Blake, who, doesn't have a long history of catching, but he's actually done a nice job. And Craig Alvarez, our bullpen coach and our catching coach, does a phenomenal job teaching that. So, guys like Buster and Pat and Joey to an extent, have been catching for a long time, and that sort of thing comes naturally to them. Joey's gotten a lot better over the last couple of years in terms of framing. And for someone like Blake, who's new to catching, it's a little bit more of a work in progress, but that's what makes his performance with framing, all the more impressive. He's done a nice job in that dimension.
So is there a fine line between framing a pitch that's just off that you can get a strike out of it, and grabbing a pitch that you damn near have to jerk your shoulder out of the socket to get it back in the zone, where the umpire is like, "What are you doing?"
Like the Little League,
I'm not giving you that, because to me, if I'm an umpire and you keep pulling that, I'm not going to give you the close ones now. It's like, okay, you're going like, what's that line like where you're trying to get these strikes, but at some point you're like, okay, we're just going to keep this one a ball because I'm not going to try to fool. It's almost like a flop in basketball. Like, okay, this one's he's running into me. I can embellish a little bit and get away with this instead of just a flop where everybody on TV and in the stands going, come on, there's no way that could have knocked you down. How do catchers kind of walk that line a little bit?
Yeah, it's kind of spread like wildfire throughout the league. I mean, really, you look at the opponent's catchers, everybody's kind of trying to bring balls back into the zone. So I think umpires have kind of gotten immune to it. I agree with you. The optics aren't always great, especially if a pitch is, less competitive. We, of course, have the, strike zone. We've talked about the K zone, strike zone box, whatever.
Yeah.
And that makes it even more obvious to us watching at home on TV when a pitch is out of the zone and somebody's trying to pull it back in. But the catcher and the umpire don't have that. And so, I know that's something that Craig Albanese teaches, which we sort of wholeheartedly adapt as an organization, which is, just fight for every strike. And there's no question the field develops over time, especially guys who have a ton of experience back there of, hey, this there's no chance this is called a strike. I'm not going to try to ham it up on this one. But I think the default to fight for every strike, the proof is in the pudding, and, the performance of our catchers in that dimension, like we talked about, has been good. And I just think you constantly are working to refine that technique and pick your battles a little bit when it's really important and when, you don't want to take off an umpire, even though there isn't a lot of evidence in the numbers that, if you pull the Little League move that you're going to lose calls for your pitcher. But, all these guys talk about the importance of the relationship they have with umpires. And so I'm sure they appreciate when catchers make it a little easier on them and concede like, okay, that's a few inches outside. I'm not going to, grab it back in and freeze and hold it for 5 seconds and wait for you to make your call.
I'm glad umpires have come around. Dude, I had an umpire in high school. He used to tell me, he'd be like, dude, stop framing.
Stop doing that.
I was like, and then you do it again later and he'd tell you again. You'd be like, oh, I didn't. Just make the call. Just call it where you thought it was then, man. No big deal. Talking to Farhan Zaidi on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you about Kyle Harrison. Because he had a great outing last night, 4 innings pitched. I think he didn't allow a hit, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk, faced 15 batters. That's his best outing to that point, or to this point this season. Hasn't gone past 4 innings this year. And I'm just wondering, is there a team philosophy or an organizational philosophy about how starting pitchers, and I know a lot of it in the minor leagues is you need to get other guys work. You can't let every guy just go 7 or 8 innings every outing. But Tom and I talked about, like, with Steven Strasburg when he was coming up and the Nationals shut him down in a playoff year because he had thrown so many innings in the minors that year. What's the organizational philosophy on usage? What's the plan for him? Is he going to be stretched out later in the season? Do you think we'll see him soon? What's going on with him and how you guys are stretching him out and using him to this point?
Yeah, we've kind of been in that 460 range with Kyle. I mean, some of the decision has been because, especially in a couple of his earlier outings where he wasn't as efficient with his strike throwing, the pitch counts were getting up there, and so we didn't kind of want to keep extending him out. But I think you'll see him get to the 575 range as soon as this next start. He obviously had a phenomenal outing last time out. I watched a lot of it. He's been working on shortening his breaking ball a little bit. He's got a big breaking ball that, sometimes is hard to command. And, one of the issues is he doesn't get a lot of swings at it because it's so big that guys just give up on it. And so he's been working on a shorter one that he, I think, debuted in that last outing and think it helped him a lot with the strike throwing. So I think you'll see him kind of build up to 5 innings this next time out. the general thinking is twofold. One is for a lot of our young pitchers, and Kyle is a good example of this, they're much more likely to be pitching for us later in the season than early on. So a sort of slower build-up, preserving those bullets to avoid the Strasburg-type situation is part of the thinking there. The other is there's research that we've done that we've seen out there that, pitchers generally, you can mitigate injury risk by building them up more slowly throughout the season, not just going 460, 575, 690 in successive starts, but letting guys repeat each of those levels multiple times to build up arm strength. So it's both to kind of manage injury risk and also to try to preserve bullets for later in the season.
So I had an analogy with you guys and the number of strikeouts in the Warriors and the number of turnovers. And tell me if this makes any sense to you whatsoever. I said, look, the Giants are a team that are going to strike out. You're going to hit home runs and you're going to strike out. That's kind of who you are. Whereas, 10 strikeouts is probably, maybe about the limit. You can live with 10 strikeouts, but you don't want to get into the 13, 14, 15 strikeout range because that's really going to hamper your chances to win. With the Warriors, I said they're going to turn it over. They're going to have 15 and a half turnovers a game, which is going to be one of the worst marks in the league, but they can live with that. It's when it starts getting to 17, 18, 19, then now you're going to have a real hard time overcoming those sort of things. Does that analogy work? Like you guys are going to be a team that strikes out. It's just how you're put together. It just can't be, it can't be at the top end of it where it's like, now we got to be so much better at other parts of the game because instead of striking out 10 times, we strike out 14 times.
Yeah, I think that's a fair analogy. It's sort of part of the game, but I would also say one of the things that has made us an effective club offensively is the way we work pitchers.
Okay.
In this series, you saw it with Sonny Gray yesterday. You even saw it with Joe Ryan today, although, we left a ton of guys on base and couldn't kind of, get the big hit that, put a crooked number on the board. But the fact that we have guys who have a patient approach, who will work the count, that's going to result in strikeouts. I don't look at our roster and see guys that are sort of all or nothing sluggers. I think we've got some guys who are geared for power, but they're not really all or nothing types. So as long as we're having quality at bats, occasionally that's going to end up in a strikeout. I'm not saying that's okay, but there are times I'd rather see a 7, 8, 9 pitch at bat that really works the pitcher than kind of just rolling over a first pitch slider off the plate and grounding out. So, I know we had a couple games in there where people were excited that we won without hitting a homer. And I was like, well, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We still like homers, but like we talked about, it is important to be able to win games in different ways. And, when the ball isn't going out of the ballpark, to be able to string hits together, to be able to make productive outs. The more ways you can put runs on the board, the better chance you have of being a winning ball club. So it's been nice to see those different looks. I do think, the strikeouts for us is going to be, part of the picture. But, in general, if it's sort of the product of having good, long quality at bats, where we're really working opposing pitchers, I think we're okay with that.
Yeah, but what if the baby was whiny anyway? Like, whatever, right? Get the hell out of here.
Get rid of the bathwater, get rid of the baby.
Yeah, get rid of both of you guys.
I can't think of another use for the bathwater.
You never go to bed before 9 anyway.
Baby
what the hell are we doing here? This is something I don't know if it's proprietary or not, but I'll ask you. How do you get guys to I know what a good at-bat is, but let's say they're going to look at the inside part of the plate for the first 2 strikes. Do they expand for the 3rd strike? Do they just stick with it and say, this is a pitch I can handle, and if I happen to catch something on the black on the outside, then I'm going to take it. I'm not going to swing at it because I can't. Cause it's a little different, obviously, than when I grew up, where it was 2 strikes, then you're in protect mode after that. You're just trying to put the bat on the ball and put it in play and make the defense react. How much has that changed? And because we've seen more guys strike out looking nowadays, why is that part of baseball now? And what's changed in the? I get it with less than 2 strikes, but with 2 strikes, where is that kind of shifted into? You know what? If I can't hit it, I'm not going to swing at it. If I can't drive it, I'm not going to swing at it.
Yeah, it's interesting. We put together, feedback sheets for our hitters on their individual at-bats. And one of the things that we include is swing decisions. And usually that's whether you're swinging, not just at strikes, but at your, hot zone where you can actually do damage. And, was a pitch in the zone or not? And then did you swing or not? And that's how you determine whether, it was a quote unquote right or good swing decision. Okay. But we actually only do that for counts up to 2 strikes. Once it's two strikes, we don't even include the quote unquote swing decisions that happen with 2 strikes because to your point, you're in protect mode. Yeah. So I don't, I think there's something to be said about adjusting a different approach. And we talk a lot internally about, what's your 2-strike approach? Are you doing something different? Are you doing something different mechanically? Are you moving back in the box? Are you choking up? Do you have something you're doing with your swing to induce more contact? I mean, obviously, it's a lot easier said than done, but we do organizationally have that philosophy and have those discussions on let's make sure we're trying to adjust and do something different with 2 strikes to put the ball in play. Because to your point, I mean, I'm talking about having quality at-bats and long at-bats, but, you get to 2 strikes and putting the ball in play is almost always better than just striking out. So that kind of will continue to be a topic of conversation for us, but it's a fair point. I don't think we view getting to 2 strikes as, hey, just keep doing what you're doing, and if you strike out, it's fine. We want to see some adjustment there.
Let me ask you this, because this just popped into my head, and I'm wondering. So you're a hitter. You're game planning for a series, or let's say you're game planning for the pitcher who's pitching tomorrow night. So your hot zone, this is where you want to take your swings up until you get. That's
a good question. I know where you're going.
To 2 strikes. What if your hot zone is his cold zone, and his hot zone is your cold zone, which meaning he likes to really work on the outside part of the plate, and he's really good at working the outside part of the plate, yet that's not really where you thrive. Do you have to make that adjustment somewhat? Are you hoping that at some point, because look, all these pitchers aren't going to put it exactly where they want to. If they did, every score would be 0-0 in infinity. We'd never score again, but they don't, so they're going to miss their spots. Do you wait for a mistake on the inside half, or do you adjust your approach? This is where he likes to live, and this is where he's good. This is where I got to start looking. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, that's you got to get our hitters on to answer that question. I can't answer it for them because it's tough. I mean, you're right. I mean, are you sort of sticking with your strengths, or are you sort of adapting to the pitcher's strengths? Like, I guess, maybe a different version of that question is, what if you're a guy who does really well and pitches away, but this pitcher is unhittable when he hits that corner, right? And now what do you do? In general, we want our guys to stick with their strengths because a guy's hot zone usually is determined by his swing mechanics. So if you're really good on pitches away, it's because your swing is geared that way. I think you always want, if the pitcher's best and you're best and he beats you, you tip your cap. So we want our guys to be not just aware of where their hot zones are, but also, where pitchers are likely to go. And, I still think we want them to compete when it's your best versus their best.
And I know, like, every time you're we're talking about this, I get more questions. Is a hot zone, so somebody's swing and what should be their hot zone, does that hot zone change throughout the course of the year? Like, is that your hot zone regardless of how you're swinging it and regardless of if it's your hot zone for a week or 10 days? Can it start changing? Can your hot zone start changing a little bit?
Yeah, it's like where you do damage in that zone per.
That's what I'm wondering, because that's to me as a hitter where I'd kind of screw myself. I'd go, well, this is my hot zone, but I'm not swinging it well here, so maybe I should go here. Okay, I'm hot here, but I'm not hot here. Now where the hell do I go? Like, the discipline to stay with it and know where your strengths are, even though you're struggling, to know at some point, like, this, it's going to come back. Like, this is where. That would be tough for me.
Yeah, I mean, while you're talking about it, I was thinking about Yaz, who, early in his career, he could really be pitched to effectively up in the zone. And he worked really hard to, cover that up. And now he's much better at handling the high fastball, and he can really do damage on that pitch. I guess the question is, has that impacted how effective he is in other parts of the strike zone or the zone generally. And you figure, like, something's got to give somewhere, right? But I think what hitters are most conscious of, what they're constantly working on, is they kind of know their holes. They know where they're vulnerable, and they work to cover them up. And I think when you do that, sometimes you'll probably giving up a little bit of your hot zone, a little bit of what you do best, and hopefully you're just making a good trade-off.
See, I just walk up there and I'd be so inside my own head I wouldn't swing. And then I'd walk back to the dugout.
Just hope you see. You just did the Santerre Casilla. Hope you see.
Where's
4
my hot zone? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not. Is it here? Where is it? I don't know. Strike 3.
Yeah.
Oh, God dang it! I'm out again.
Yeah, it's probably not the easiest thing to go up there thinking about 30 different heat maps that you just got. So that's what we try to stay
What
away
was
from
heat
that.
map 7? I remember that one. What was that
Or
one?
was it 4?
What was it? I don't know.
Yeah. What do I do on a 1-2 count? What's my heat map now? Farhan, dude, always fun catching up, man. I love when we can pick your brain on what's going on with the team and just some general stuff in baseball. Are you ramping up for the draft now? I see like conference tournaments are going on for college baseball. Is it that time of year for you?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it definitely is picking up. There are conference tournaments next week. We actually are probably going to have a workout in Arizona that a few of our guys are going to fly in and see some top players in the draft who are going to be at our facility. So, yeah, that's definitely picking up. The draft is obviously later now. It's the All-Star break, but as the amateur season winds down, we get busier with that. So it's a fun month as far as that goes.
Good stuff.
You should try to get that guy from LSU. I heard he's pretty good.
yeah. We gotta adopt some trade up rules, and then maybe we have a shot.
Yeah. Farhan, thoughts on the LSU guy? Good news though is Reggie Crawford out of his rehab, and I saw he's been assigned to single A. So that's exciting stuff for last year's draft pick. Farhan, have a great rest of the week, a weekend, a nice holiday weekend, and we hope to keep it rolling in Milwaukee, man. We'll catch you later.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Good
Farhan.
stuff there from Farhan Zaidi. Funny you mentioned the thing about what do you approach if you're a pitcher or a hitter. I saw a video. You made me think of this, and I just pulled it up. It's from a couple of months back. Might have been back in August of last year. Anyway, we'll play. We got our sound soiree coming up. Justin Turner, when he was sitting on the bench one time with the Dodgers, asked Zach Greinke that very thing. How would you approach me? And Greinke was like, give me a sec. Let me go look at like the iPad and the books and all the heat maps and stuff, and then came back with an answer because it's a great question. Does the pitcher pitch to the hitter's weak zones even if it's his where he gets hit? I think you have to. That would be my logic is he doesn't do well there. It doesn't matter what I do. He doesn't do well there. I want to hit where he doesn't do well.
What if you don't do well there?
Yeah, well, then
that's where the rub comes in.
Yeah, that, my friends, is what we call the rub. Or the hook, or the hook if you're a gambler. We got a sound soiree coming your way, and then is it FP tonight? FP Santangelo, top of the hour at 6 o'clock? Oh, it's Carrie tonight. We got Carrie. Who? Carrie Crowley. It's Stolbert and Copes with you till 6 on the Sports Leader.
Europe.
Kyle Shanahan, when asked about Brock Purdy's return, said he's optimistic he'll be ready by week 1, but added, quote, only God knows. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We just had a great conversation with Farhan Zaidi. I was just telling Tom, we're at the point now at KNBR where I forever was the young guy, but now there's enough guys younger than me that work here, behind the scenes even, that it irritates me when they don't know certain stuff about guys, and I'm like, dude, I grew up with this. Like, I just saw our guy, young Tony, back there, and I took it upon myself a few months back I told him I was going to teach him how to live, basically. I was his Barney Stinson. I was like, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about baseball, which includes things like, dude, look up Tim Wakefield. Like, you know what I mean? There's just there's certain guys that you just wouldn't know because he wasn't a Hall of Fame or whatever. But I just walked in, I just said to him, hey, man, you ever looked at Tony Gwynn's baseball reference page? And he said, no. I said, you should go down a rabbit hole on that. That thing is insane. And then he goes, well, dude, like Luis Ariz. He goes, look, Luis Ariz is like basically Tony Gwynn. And I was like, dude, my head was going to explode before I walked back in. I was like, Luis Ariz is a damn good hitter. Maybe the best average and contact hitter in baseball right now. I don't know how to explain to somebody that he's not Tony Gwynn. Like, no. Tony Gwynn, there's a note that John Smoltz had going around last week. Tony Gwynn, in all the times that he faced, like, Pedro Martinez, John Smoltz, Greg Maddux, and Tom Glavine, struck out a total of 3 times. Yep. And I don't think Maddux ever struck him out. This guy had over 3,500 strikeouts, and he never struck out Tony Gwynn. Man, Tony Gwynn was just an all-time, one of the best. I was at the last game he ever played at Pac Bell. Something we won't get anymore. The standing ovation, tip of the cap, and I think Benito was behind the plate, wouldn't let him get back in. It was just a cool moment. Anyway.
Yeah. Luis Ariz right now is batting .371. We're about 30% of the way through the season. I think Tony Gwynn did that twice in his season, batted over 370.
Dude, Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn was sick. Tony Gwynn every year was like, I mean, what are we talking about career average? Like 337 maybe? 336?
338.
Yeah, I knew it was right around there. I mean, that guy.
My man won 8 batting titles.
Yeah. He was just a magician.
Listen, check this run from 94 to 97. 394. In 110 games, by the way, he still had 419 at-bats. In the 94 season, he hit 394. Then 368 the next year, 353, 372. Then he was not winning batting titles by hitting 321, 338, 323, 324, 317. Dude hit 358 and didn't win a batting title.
Damn, who won it that year?
Dude.
What year was it?
1993.
1993. That'd be a good trivia question to think about. Who could have won the batting title that year?
He struck out 434 times in 20 seasons.
20 times
years.
a year.
20 years, my man did it.
20 times a year.
Unbelievable what Tony Gwynn was able to do. Yeah, season and a half. How about these strikeout totals for Tony Gwynn over 675 plate appearances? 23, 33, 35. Dude, he really ratcheted it up one year. He won a batting title, but he struck out 40 times. That was a career high, 40 strikeouts in one season for Tony Gwynn.
Career high?
Career high. Dude, he had years where he'd had 570 plate appearances, striking out 19 times. 16, 19, 19, 15. Dude, in 1995, Tony Gwynn hit 368. He struck out 15 times.
That's like 3 times a month. About 3 times.
I'm looking at young Tony. I'm looking at young Tony now through the glass. Young Tony's shaking his head. Do you see what I mean? When Larissa Rise does this for 2 decades, and when he's got and then a smile too. You're never going to beat a smile. Well, you're talking about a great hitter. You're talking about guys like Tony Gwynn. Talking about guys who roll out of bed, they just hit well. Trying to throw your hands, find the ball, let it travel, find it the other way, and slap inside, go left field. Tony, you wouldn't even get that, young Tony. That's as good as I can do with Tony Gwynn. R.I.P. Tony Gwynn. Real quick here, piece of sound before we get to the sound soiree. Tom was talking about this with Farhan. He was asking, when a batter is prepping for the next starting pitcher, and he knows what his hot zones are versus what the pitcher's hot and cold zones are, is he looking for a pitch in his hot zone? Does he know the pitcher is attacking his cold zones? What if your cold zone matches up with a pitcher's cold zone? How do they go about that? Justin Turner.
I feel like we're a Princess Bride right now.
We are. We're going back and forth.
I know that you know that I know.
So do you just go after it? It's a great explanation here. Zach Greinke, one of the great baseball minds, quirky dude. Justin Turner, one of the great hitters in the game, asked Zach Greinke one time on the bench, what would you do? How would you go at me in my cold zones? Here's what Justin Turner had to say. Here's what Justin Turner had to say about Zach Greinke.
What I learned through a conversation with Zach Greinke, actually, in 2015, we were sitting on the bench, and I asked him, I said, Zach, if you were pitching to me, how would you get me out? And in true Zach fashion, he said,
brutal honesty.
He said, let me go look at the numbers. Let me go dig into this. He wasn't going to just shout some bullshit at me, right? He's like, I'm gonna go do a full scouting report on you. So the next day, sitting in the dugout again, he comes up and he said, hey, I would throw you 100 straight fastballs down and away. And I'm like, Zach, are you crazy? I get most of my hit, 70% of my hits are the other way. And he's like, yeah, but do you know where the pitch locations are on that? You handle the ball closer to you and you hit those balls to the opposite field. He's like, no, you can pull them too, but most of your hits that go the other way are balls closer to you. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. And he kind of showed me the whole thing. You know how they have those little boxes in the
in the bottom left
outside
corner.
Bottom corner of the box, I was hitting 120, and I'm like, holy. And I'm like, so Zach, if you were me, what would you do? Would you stand as close to the plate as you possibly could? And he's like, I would stand on top of the plate because you're hitting 300 everything in, and you're hitting 100 everything away. He's like, just get on the plate. And I was like, all right. And from that day forth, I stood on the plate, and now I hold the all-time hit by pitch record.
Isn't that crazy? But isn't that interesting? Funny. Where in his mind he goes, and I know this too, Justin Turner, an incredible opposite field hitter. Yep. Not because he goes the other way on balls down and away, because he can, quote, let the ball travel, Tom, and get in on him, and he can go the other way.
Copes.
He's an inside out hitter. But isn't that interesting where Greinke doesn't care what he does?
Yeah.
The pitching report, the scouting report is not about where a pitcher is successful, where they're not hitting this pitch. For relievers, I think maybe it is. because you're facing a guy once, you're emptying the tank, throw your nastiest stuff on this plane. It's just, it doesn't matter really what the hitter's doing. But for a starter, you're going to see this guy 2 or 3 times. You're going to hammer that outside part of the plate because you know he can't get to that pitch.
That's interesting.
It's an interesting. I love hearing pitchers talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
So when we get more Giants on, we'll have to ask them about that stuff. If you know that the pitcher's hot zone is your hot zone, where do you think he's going? It's interesting. Should let you know, Tolbert & Cope is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union to start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. All the sounds and sports from yesterday and today that you might have missed coming your way next. It's Tolbert & Cope's only here. A sound soiree on the Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert & Cope's your Sound Soiree for Wednesday, May 24th.
We're in Sound Soiree already?
2023. It's already 5:40.
Dang.
Show has flown today.
We're not even going to be able to have time for people that stick stuff up their ass.
Well, okay, how about this? I'll throw you some of the sound we have here, and we can save a couple pieces for it, because this is our only full show of the week, by the way. because we got a short show tomorrow.
Correct.
Again, just like an hour and 40-minute show.
These are always
Friday.
evergreen, though.
They're evergreen,
Yeah, they're evergreen
or ever
stories.
brown, depending on how you look at life.
Correct. Correct.
Let's start with Jimmy Butler. I'm going to try to save you some time to get at least one. Pick your favorite soup story. And we can ask Carrie about
Carrie
stuff up
loves
the
those
butt. Carrie
stories.
loves stuff up the butt as much as anybody. No, Tim.
No. There you go.
Here's Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler. Heat are up 3-1 after a loss last night to the Miami Heat. Here's Jimmy Butler on what they need to do now after losing their chance to close out Boston in 4.
Stay consistent. Do the same thing that I do, that we do after every game. We're going to listen to some music. We're going to drink some beers back there. I'm going to go have some wine. I don't think that you could just focus on basketball all the time. You have to be able to, get away from the game a little bit. Think about it. But at the end of the day, you fall back on, your habits, how consistent you're going to be. And myself and my teammates, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to smile. We're going to be in this thing together like we always are. We're going to go get one on the road.
Dude, I'm telling you, stock up for me and Jimmy Butler. As far as favorite NBA athletes, like if Jokic is my favorite guy to watch, sans any Warrior, sans like Steph Curry, because when Steph Curry's playing, like, give me a break. We've never seen it. It's like watching a Barry Bonds at bat. Jimmy Butler, what he does on the floor, playoff Jimmy might be my favorite version of any player we've seen in a long time.
We'll drink some beers back there.
Dude, like LeBron is like, got to get off social media. Got to focus on the playoffs. Jimmy's like, nah, man, we got to be ourselves, dude. We got to fall back on our routines, drink some beer, have some wine. We're going to be smiling, laughing. Whatever, Jim. Whatever's good. I'm down with Jimmy Butler, man.
I like Jimmy Butler.
I do too, man.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler seems like he'd be a good guy.
And a guy who plays with a chip on his shoulder. He was not recruited out of high school, went to a JC. Good stuff for Jimmy Butler. How about this one, John Kruk? John Kruk's on the Philly.
I like John Kruk.
I like John Kruk getting pissed. Apparently he's on the Philly broadcast, not happy.
Ooh.
Craig Kimbrell got called for it sounds like it was a pitch clock violation. They called him for a ball. John Kruk not happy. Here it is.
And now, time is called again. And now, Kimbrell is being charged with the ball. And here comes Rob Thompson.
What a joke. What a circus this game's turned into.
Yeah, Rob's hot.
He should be. What the hell's Kimbrell supposed to do?
Kimbrell's ready to go.
They had a meeting for 15 minutes, and he steps on the mound, and they call him. This is a joke. All right, keep making up rules until no one knows what's going on.
And now Kimbrell and Rojas are going at it. And Rojas is saying go back to the mounds. And Kimbrell, boy, he's a fiery dude.
Oh, man.
This is a joke.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. So, give me the first couple sentences. What's he say? What does he say? Like, what's the line from Kruk? He says, "Oh, dear crap," or whatever he says.
And now, time is called again.
Crap.
And now,
dear crap. That's
dear
amazing.
Crap. Oh, man.
Dear crap.
That's pretty funny, dude. That's
good stuff.
That's a pretty good one. So what happened? They had a big mound meeting or something, and then they didn't reset the clock or something like that, and then they just called him for the violation. I didn't see what the violation was, but apparently.
and now, time is called again.
Look, he goes, Kimbrell's not happy. He shouldn't be. He's all pissed off. Well, we just keep adding more rules to the game until nobody knows what's going on, says John Kruk.
Man.
Pretty good. Guys from that era not having it with the pitch clock. How about Lamar Jackson here? Lamar, who is the new offensive coordinator for the Ravens?
Gus Malzahn.
Who had it all figured out?
No, not Gus Malzahn. That's the old Auburn coach.
That's the old Auburn coach, right?
Yeah, it was. Munkin. Munkin. Yes.
And Munkin shows up, and
they're all in the SEC. They're all the same guy.
And Munkin has it all figured out about how to get the offense going for the Ravens. He actually broke it down pretty simply. This is a few months ago. Do you have the Munkin?
Throw it. We're gonna run.
Oh, it's coming. Okay, so here's Lamar Jackson on he's apparently very happy first couple of days OTAs with the Ravens offense.
I mean, just being able to throw the ball down the field. We sometimes we can't. Running can only take you so far, and I feel like with this new era of teams and offenses in the league, I feel like we need that, and Coach Todd Monken, what I'm saying, his offense so far is looking tremendous.
Don't turn it over. Be explosive. Score touchdowns in the red zone. Be good on third downs. Don't have lost yardage plays, and athletic quarterbacks that make off-schedule plays.
You'll score 80 points a game. You'll be fine.
I think he just says that at the beginning of every practice, and he's like, yeah. And then Lamar's like, I like Monken.
Yeah.
I love Lamar Monken. I like that Tom Monken, man. Yeah.
Convert on third down. Explosive plays.
Real quick, though, did Lamar say
drives going.
You can't always run?
Yeah.
Lamar, they're running because of you. That's like Babe Ruth walking out and being like, yeah, I mean, you can't do everything with a home run.
You can't hit a home run.
Running can only take you so far.
It's like Babe Ruth, man. Yeah, man, I mean, a home run's only going to take us so far. Yeah, I don't know, to the greatest team of all time.
Bro, that's why you're MVP one year.
What are we talking about, Lamar? That's how you won a Heisman. What the fuck?
Todd Monken.
Todd Monken. Just keep Todd Monken, dude. We're going to need that.
Todd Monken.
We're going to need that all season long when this Ravens offense is either doing well or not doing so well.
Todd Monken.
Draymond Green responds to fans on his podcast who say he doesn't want to criticize LeBron and the Lakers, I guess because people just think they're boys, so he won't criticize LeBron. Draymond calling out the fans. Here's Draymond Green.
By the way, for all of y'all out there that was like, oh, man, the Lakers lost and Draymond won't do a podcast, like, I play for the Golden State Warriors. Some of you people are so pathetic in, like, the beliefs you allow yourself to believe, and I can absolutely understand why life don't be so great, because the beliefs that you allow, like, to enter your mind about someone else really is a reflection of what you believe and think of yourself and, like, how you operate in things. So I thought that was a very interesting thing that people were like, oh, man, they lost, and, like, Draymond don't want to talk. He's hurt. Like, what? But actually, I'm on vacation and having a margarita, so cheers. What? Number one, who cares?
Yeah,
what the hell was that?
What are you talking about?
What the hell was that? I have no idea what that was. That was confusing.
And nowhere in your rambling, incoherent,
thank you.
somewhat response.
Thank you. That was
Let's put it back together with some Shaq.
Yeah, that was that.
Let's get some Shaq. We got Shaq on Stevie Wonder. Apparently Shaq, I didn't realize this, Tom, is a Stevie Wonder truther.
He is.
Doesn't believe he's blind. Here's Shaquille O'Neal.
Hey, Stevie Wonder walked the elevator. Hey, Shaq.
He did.
He didn't.
Maybe he heard your voice.
No.
But he also, Paul Abdul said he used to be a noisy neighbor.
You're not going to tell that lie again, are you?
I heard. Were you a noisy neighbor?
I'm already in the elevator. I'm not saying nothing. And Stevie Wonder walked in and said, hey, Shaq.
No, he said, hey, Shaq, what's up, my brother?
How did he see you?
Oh, that's somebody screamed out, Shaq never lies. I'm just saying.
Shaq lies.
I'm just saying. Stevie, what's up, brother?
Hey, I love Stevie Wonder, but there's no way he walked in that elevator and said, hey, Shaq.
Tweet me, brother, and confirm the story. Tweet me. 10560 Wilshire Boulevard. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you worse than him. Hey, Kenny.
I think the show has run its course, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Tweet me.
Oh, dude.
Tweet me.
Did he give out Stevie Wonder's address on that? That's hysterical. That's hysterical.
I think the show has run its course.
Let's keep that for the end of our show. After Dirk there on the way out. Pretty good. He's a Stevie Wonder truther. And, of course, there's the one where everybody points to that one video of Stevie on stage where the mic starts to fall over and he grabs it without even looking. He just pulls it back up to him, and everyone's like, how does Stevie know that mic stand was falling? Then again, there's another video, and this one was messed up, where he put Stevie in a gym with a basketball a couple of years ago.
I never saw that.
Had him take a jump shot. It was tough.
I think the show has run its course.
It's a tough watch. The worst part would be if he wasn't even in a gym. They're like, Stevie, just stand. Yeah, the hoop's right there.
I've always thought you could be blind without being 100% blind, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can be legally blind.
Right.
Like, maybe he's legally blind.
I had a teacher in high school who was legally blind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't even know what that means. Like 80% blind? Yeah, no. That's Reese Witherspoon.
By the way, good opportunity to remind you if you're looking for corrective vision repair, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Seeing as good as I am.
All right, that's great.
There was your sound. Give me a super.
Let's get to the ass story, okay? This dude, Colombian.
Excuse me, Flo?
Thank you. We don't have time for that.
No.
Had a light bulb stuck in his anus. A light bulb. I have no idea what wattage is what.
How many butts?
Stuff up the ass.
Could have been 100. Could have been 50. I don't know if it was low wattage. I don't know if it was one of those.
Was it LED?
I don't know if it was eco-friendly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so when you only change every 6 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was going green. He could have been going brown. Who knows? But here's the part that cracked me up. Man 53 went to local hospital in Colombia complaining of pain in his anus. What do you mean? How do you not know a light bulb is up your ass? Like, it doesn't just sneak up there. Like, you don't just wake up in the morning and go, kind of having some pain down there. And then you go to the hospital and find out there's a light bulb
and then you go,
up your can.
Dude, that's right.
Yeah,
my mistake.
You don't slip and fall on a light bulb and it goes up your rectum.
Repeatedly.
That doesn't happen, okay? You put it up there or a partner put it up there. You know a light bulb.
You had a technique.
Yes.
You had a technique or it wasn't going up. You know what I mean, if you had a technique, this was all. This is the issue: is people show up and they just come. This is why the hospital has to just report it as well. They complained of pain because the guy's not going to show up and be like, "So, I was doing it again."
I got a funny story for you.
Yeah. They got these new.
We're in the kitchen. And one of the light bulbs went out.
These new spotlights.
And
right?
I slipped and
Excuse me, I gotta
fell.
go play with golf.
I slipped and fell.
It's great.
And I fell right on the light bulb.
These great gel
right on
covers
it.
now. They get red and orange.
Yeah. So you don't just that just doesn't happen. A light bulb doesn't go beyond the event horizon without you knowing about it.
Shout
okay?
out Light Bright. Remember Light Bright?
I do. Light Bright.
Light.
Doing things with light.
Your song was different than mine.
Bright.
Light Bright, Light Bright. Mine was different. It's been
around a long time now.
Yeah.
I think the show has run its course.
No, it hasn't run its course. We're not
I don't
doing
think
this
the story's
story
run
yet.
its course
Okay?
yet.
Carrie's like, continue on.
Yeah.
Please.
Carrie's like, please tell me more about the wattage.
Now, obviously, the light bulb, the tricky part is getting it out without shattering it.
I'd say the tricky part's getting it in without shattering it.
Yeah, well, I mean, once it's in,
once
pull
it's
it
in,
out,
it's in.
Put it in. Once it's in, now, would be great if they put it in screw side first and it lit up.
That's what I was saying. I was wondering if they went up that way.
No. They went bulbous
They went
side
bulb
first. They went bulb first. You can grab it. If you could reach far enough up the guy's ass,
You're not getting any grip on the bottom of that bulb.
You can grab it with some tweezers and pull it out.
Tweezers. You need you need like you might need jaws.
Oh,
jaws
you
of
know
life.
what you need? You know what you need? You need like the barbecue tongs.
Yes, exactly.
Get those
The long
barbecue
ones.
tongs up
They've got-
there. Yeah.
They've got the teeth on the ends.
Yep.
Maybe the square with the teeth.
Put a little olive oil on them. Slide those things up there, and you're good to go.
You're set, dude.
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Thank you.
But you don't want to have to brush it after. You don't want the barbecue brush.
No, I did enjoy this part. They said they've seen a whole bunch of items up the can. Wine bottles, deodorant cans.
Dude, come on.
That's what it says.
That's a good. Yeah, I get why.
Now, a plastic snake, toy plastic snake. That makes sense. Gerbil. Everybody's still living off that one.
Shout out Richard
Sex
Gere,
toys, of course, but keys.
Keys?
Why would I want keys? I mean, am I asking you to unlock my lower intestine? I mean, what do we do? How can a key feel good going up there?
I got my excuse immediately.
Okay.
So how'd you get keys up your ass there? Well, dude, I was trying to be a good friend. My buddy was drinking, and I didn't want him to leave, so I grabbed his keys and I hit him.
Nice. Where'd you hide him?
Up my
the only
ass.
place I could figure.
Yeah.
My ass.
Yeah.
I had these keys up my ass for 7 years.
I'm here to snake your drain.
No, that's not the sounder. The sounder is Christopher Walken. I had these uncomfortable hunk of keys up my ass for 7 years.
And I walked
Find
around.
it, Tim. Let's go.
Tim, find
Killing
the
me.
walk-in, then we can go.
But I do enjoy this one. Shower curtain rail. A shower curtain rail.
Those usually have a ball on the end.
How long is this? How long is the large intestines, by the way? How long is the colon?
How'd you drive
like a
to the
shower
hospital?
curtain rail's huge.
How'd you
I mean,
Tom, they have the collapsible ones, though, too.
I mean, god dang. No, but they got these things that are like super long.
Are you dragging that thing like walking
I don't
into the
know.
ER?
I mean,
Like
what are
it's-
they? I mean, they must be into black porn or something. I mean, they're just like, yeah, give me that huge shower curtain
Dude,
rail.
it sounds like the Axemen in Breaking Bad when they're dragging that axe on the ground behind them. Get that metal rod just like clanking on the pavement, coming to kill Hank.
Apparently, they didn't get it out. By the way, got it out. Had to be very gentle, very gentle. It said it.
In one place he knew he could hide something, his ass.
His ass.
His ass.
They said it's really tricky. They have to anesthetize him, and they need full relaxation of the sphincter.
Nice.
They don't want the sphincter. You know how the sphincter will like tighten up on you?
The booty hole is tight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It goes.
That's a.
And it's called a reverse vacuum
That's a sound
effect.
bite. Yeah. That's another bite.
It takes it the other way instead of coming out the way it should be coming out.
Light bright, turn on the magic of colored lights.
I don't remember that song. That was your song.
Also, we haven't been colored since 1968. We'll see what Kerry Crowley's got going on the
light bright, doing things with light bright.
I'll tell you who is not very bright, that man. But the bulb up is A. They got it out. Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley.
Excuse me, sir. You got a light bulb up your butt. What? What?
Kerry
What?
My
what?
God.
How'd that get there?
No, I didn't know it was that.
You kidding me?
What did you think it was, sir? Not that.
Yeah, if we had more time, I'd tell you about the trout.
Oh, dude.
No.
Not Mike.
Not Mike. Kerry Crowley will tell you about the Trout next on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver joined Murph and Mac this morning to go over the 49ers QB hierarchy. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Mr. T here for Xfinity. Summer's just around the corner. Does that mean we're getting more sun? I'm assuming we're getting more sun, aren't we? Like no more rain. But you know what you get with summer? More people. Kids are in the house. Friends are over. That means more devices are churning. Whether they're phones, tablets, laptops, who knows? Maybe they're on your desktop. Who knows? Who knows what the crazy kids are doing? All I know is you got a lot of people in the house, and everyone wants to be taken care of. That's why Xfinity 10G. Oh, you have power to burn, not just for the kids that are coming over and your kids that are in the house, or people that are working or gaming from home, or people that are schooling from home. You want to take care of everybody. If you got a party 10 times that many people, everybody will be taken care of. No worries whatsoever. Power to burn and no lag. No one likes a lagger. What do we got here? A bunch of laggers. We don't want laggers. We don't want lagging with our Wi-Fi. And when you have Xfinity and you have 10G, you're good to go. No whining. No lagging. It's all good. You can cruise to your summer, go get your sun, lay out, grab a 4 o'clock beer. Yeah, party time. Let's go. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Or if you're on about, visit an Xfinity store. There you go. You go by and ask them. They'll let you know the details on what's going on. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet services. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love speed to burn. You love reliability. You love 10G. You will love Xfinity.
Cokes. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's bring in. Who are we bringing in? Are you going to play it or not? God, I can't. I try. I don't even ask for anything around here, and I get jack. Thank you. Well, that blew. That wasn't.
If you ask him for something, you'll get it. You'll just get it after he plays something else that you didn't ask for, and then he'll play something after what you asked for to make up for what he should have played the first time.
It's like watching basketball on ABC. 7-second delay.
69.
What's up, Kerry?
Oh, how's it going, gentlemen?
I don't know what the hell's going on. I really don't.
I don't know that I should say gentlemen anymore after listening to that last segment. But
no, it was mostly tame. Tame.
Mostly.
Well,
goodness.
Yeah, kind of. Mostly,
Goodness.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I was going to come.
I don't know.
I was going to.
Well, I know. I go out of my way for you.
You always do.
I do, because I know how much you enjoy those stories. So
I love it.
I try to find the cream of the crop almost. Like, what? Carrie will really, really appreciate this one. And so I hope you did.
Oh, I certainly did.
Yeah.
I certainly did. I was talking with Tim the whole time, and I just tried to tune it out.
What was your favorite part? What was your favorite part of the story, Kerry?
You know what? I was too enthralled in a conversation with Tim.
Which thing seemed like it was the most unlikely to get stuck up a butt? Was it?
Can I plead the fifth here?
Yeah, you can.
You can. But this isn't a deposition where you'd be allowed to do that.
Yeah, I'd rather have Harmony answer for me.
Do we have Harmony? I think we have Harmony. Oh, you don't want to talk to Harmony about things.
No,
with
I
the
don't.
butt.
I don't.
You really do not.
That is. I shouldn't have even brought her name.
Yeah.
My little nugget, Kerry.
Oh, thank you.
My little nugget.
Yeah, of course. Tim had that ready to go. Didn't have Carrie ready to go, but he had that ready to go.
Harmony woke up. She heard her name, and her eyes just were like. Bzzz.
Yeah,
she was like Megan, that doll.
Oh man.
Butt nuggets.
Butt nuggets. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, love it.
Yeah, we haven't had. We need to maybe get Harmony back next. We'll definitely have Harmony for NBA Finals.
Is she hard to book these days?
NBA Finals. Well, we just haven't had time to use her in a pick sense.
Well, ever since Kerry was here and then he left town, we haven't seen Harmony in studio. Did you take Harmony with you, Kerry?
Kidnapped. She's been kidnapped.
Yeah.
that whole TSA holdup you heard about? Yeah, there was a reason.
Yeah. Well, the interesting
You can
part.
dust me off anytime, especially with Kerry.
Oh, dude.
The funny part is only the head was missing.
Yeah, dude, weird. Yeah, weird.
Which I thought
they said, sir, you need a seat for that head. You can't check that.
Yeah.
Goodness.
We'll hear from Harmony for sure before the NBA Finals, which we're now only 8 days away. And then definitely we'll get her picks on we'll do over-unders maybe for the NFL. Yeah. We'll get some picks on MVPs.
Yeah. I mean, we really blew it because we should have Harmony for the Kentucky Derby. We didn't have her for that.
That would have been
the
so good.
Preakness. Oh, yeah.
No, I actually would have listened
blew it.
to
Harmony
that.
definitely did.
You know what? We should get Harmony for the Belmont.
For the Belmont.
Yeah, get her for the Belmont. Nobody cares about the Belmont. People that are actually racing in the Belmont don't care about the Belmont. But we're going to make people care because she's going to give her picks.
There's an Anita Ward Ring My Belmont in there somewhere, too, for Harmony. You can ring my...
So what do you got going? Let me see if you'll agree with this. I said the Giants right now are in a mix of teams in the National League. There's only 3 teams I consider to be a tier above the Giants. The Mets, Dodgers, Braves. Dodgers, Braves, obvious. The Mets, I think, with Verlander back and the lineup they have, they're just better, I believe. Padres, I still don't trust the Padres just because they're the Padres. But if you wanted to put them up there, Susan Slusser did, I would understand that. But other than that, it's just like a whole bunch of there's some teams that aren't very good. There's some teams that are pretty good, but nothing really stands out to me except for those 3 teams right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting because a lot of the teams that we thought would be ahead of the Giants at this point in the season, looking at the St. Louis Cardinals, looking at the Philadelphia Phillies, they're not. And the Giants have already won series and or swept series against those teams.
Yeah, Philly
so
suck.
there's no reason to believe that the Giants can't jump in this. And I'm going to talk about this a lot tonight. Like, the Giants should be active and buyers at the trade deadline, even if they continue to hover around 500, because there's just no excuse in the National League. It's not a good league right now, and the quality of baseball, these the Cardinals might turn it around. The Mets have turned it around. I do agree with you, Tom, that the Mets are going to finish ahead of the Giants. But you look at the Cubs, they fell off. The Pirates aren't that good. Giants have already won a series against the Brewers. You just can't convince me that, like, if you get to 86, 87 wins in the National League, that you don't have a chance. The Giants absolutely have a chance this year, and I think it's on Farhan to go buy at the deadline. I think it's on Kyle Harrison to come up and be great because the Giants are positioning him to do that right now. And I heard you guys on with Farhan, loved his answers about Kyle. And I just think that there's so much opportunity this year that if you're the Giants, dating back to 2016, you've had one competitive season, you can't miss. You can't miss this year.
No, I agree. And I said, we haven't talked to you about this. Obviously, I've talked to Copes a lot about it, and he's a Giants fan, been a longtime Giants fan, and I know you have. Does it feel different when guys like Bailey and Schmidt and maybe Harrison, at some point Walker, come up? I mean, Walker's a little different because he's a reliever, but like when Schmidt comes up, it's just different, right? You don't really care who plays well for your team, but it does add a little extra juice to it when it's somebody who comes up to the minor league system and just bam, like he was here, he performed right away, and he's continuing to perform from the glove to the arm to the bat. It just, to me, that makes me more likely to watch. Like, I'm going to watch anyway, and if it's your team, you're going to watch anyway. But there's a little more like excitement to watching just a game in the middle of the season when you're like, hey, we got a rookie that's doing pretty good. It's fun to watch him play.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of roster building strategies that Giants fans who've been here since Oracle Park opened back in 2000 have seen. And there's the first strategy that Brian Sabian employed, which was sign veterans who could, or trade for veterans like they did with Jason Schmidt, who can help your team. And we saw 2002, they get to the World Series. 2003, they win 100 games and get bounced in the NLDS. But you look up and down those lineups, every guy was 30 years old or older. There were a ton of players that they signed through free agency, a ton of people that they brought in through trades at the deadline. They were not bringing up homegrown kids through those years. And then when that strategy failed, the Giants went all in on the homegrown kids, and we saw unprecedented success in San Francisco. The golden era of Giants baseball is because of Buster Posey, Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt, all these guys who came through the farm system and brought this franchise to heights that were unimaginable for people before 2010 who'd only known the Giants as a team who got to the altar but couldn't finish the job. And now we see, like, it's been a decade where guys have had expectations. We were sold on Kyle Crick, Chris Stratton, Tyler Beatty, Chris Shaw, Elliot Ramos. So to see Casey Schmidt actually come up and not just meet expectations but exceed them right away, that means something to people who've been around for 25 years. That means something to people who grew up knowing what works in San Francisco and knowing what could work in the future. And I think that's why there's this palpable excitement about a team. It's 500. Last year, they were a 500 team, and no one cared. Right now, it's a 500 team, and people are starting to buy in because you see Casey Schmidt, you see Patrick Bailey, you know Kyle Harrison is on the way. Like, there's guys that you can genuinely be excited
there's
about.
There's hope and potential.
Last year.
Right.
Yeah,
It's not, there's two different types of 500.
Yeah.
Right? There's the last
doubt.
year where you scrap to it, and then there's now where, hey, they're playing 500 ball with some hope and maybe some potential, which is what happened in 09. 88 wins. They got hot at the end of the year, and they set the stage for 2010.
Yeah.
So.
No, and you never know who else is coming up.
Luis Matos is on the 40-man roster.
Harrison.
Vaughn Brown. There's a ton of guys.
Yeah, Villalona.
He's on his way.
Incredible.
Hey, dude, Merkin Valdez.
That guy's coming up at some point. I know.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got a gun.
That guy's coming up at some point.
He's still hacking away somewhere.
Easy.
Back on.
Easy.
Bro.
That was really good, by the way.
Yeah, good work.
What do you got going on tonight, Carrie?
We got like 17 Giants guests tonight. Bill Laskey's going to join me this hour. We got Jake Hutchinson talking 49ers. We got Roger Munter on prospects. We got Steven Risotto and Jeff Young talking Giants. Kenny Hatch, former pro basketball player from the Bay Area, played overseas. He's got a new facility opening up, so I'll talk to him about NBA and what he's doing around the Bay Area. So a lot of guests, less of me, which is exactly how the listeners like it.
Does Munter have a bowling ball sinker?
Like Scott? That's exactly where I was going, dude. You beat me to it, Tom. I love me some Scott Munter.
The bowling ball sinker.
I'll tell you. You know what he's got? You know how Adam can just like say, yeah, you remember this game in 2006 when Dan Ortmeyer homered against the Dodgers and he can recall the exact date?
I don't think Ortmeyer was up in 06, by the way. I don't think.
I think it was September 2006.
You might be right.
Or September
the walk-off against the Dodgers was the first one. Yeah, only one of the year. Yeah.
But Munter has that ability with the farm system. He'll be able to be like, yeah,
He's good.
1998, the Phoenix Firebirds, led by Armando Rios, they were great, and you'll just be blown away.
He'll drop a Mike Cervenak on you, like a Mayor of Norwich. Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorites.
Mayor of Norwich.
Maybe Adam Shabala, get one of those in there. Clay
Cervenak, Mayor of Norwich. Wasn't that a Henry Shulman story?
Well, that was his nickname because he played in Double-A, the Norwich Navigators. He played there for like a decade, so they called him the Mayor of Norwich.
Team switched affiliates, and he was still Mayor of Norwich.
He switched affiliates, and he was still there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. Well, have a good show, Gary.
Appreciate you guys.
Right.
Hey, bro.
Always good catching up with you.
Jay Hutchinson, baby, how are you?
Oh, please don't. Please. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Let's thank our guests. You guys know who our guests were because I showed you on the stream along with numbers. So hopefully everybody just kind of forgot my faux pas there and said, that Tom's losing it. What the hell is he doing? I am. Thank you to Susan Slusser, Mark Spears, Farhan Zaidi. Thank you very much, Derek. Appreciate it. I see his arm. That's about all I see. That's totally fine by me. Thank you very much to Tim. Good job. A little slow on the walking, though. Okay? Don't flip me. I thought you were on camera, too. You're not on camera?
Tim's not on camera.
What the? Are we not on camera? Are we right now?
No, we're not on camera anymore, right?
We are?
No, wait, we can't do...
Okay, wow. I didn't do anything. My fingers stayed right here.
I did.
I think the show has run its course.
Yeah, well, you're probably right about that.
Carry in the butts coming up.
Thank you, Ernie. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down!